Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Blend, hello Manny Deep, hello Nai. Morning. Hello Aditya, hello Devraj. Fuck, I was gonna do something but I can't remember. Fuck! I cannot. Oh yeah, right. Okay. Hi Dom. Cause they're old? Thanks buddy. I want you to take a test right now online and let me know your word per minute. Alright. Alright, now I will do that. Word typing test. God, man, I'm having brain farts. Walk into the pasture. Even the shepherd was fooled by his clever costume in the... Oh, I gotta play this game. You know, I just type it in. I can do it. I can do better than that. Bye, Johnny. When am I going to Mixer? I don't know. I heard it's still not that good, even if Shroud and Ninja both went. Sounds good, Johnny. See you in a bit, buddy. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, let's try that again. Sentences, random text. Okay. Baseball has been the national pastime in the United States since the middle of the 1800s. Each period has had a unique flavor, and it is sometimes useful to read about a period from the perspective of the time in which it took place. The following comes from Spalding's Baseball Guide and Official League Book for 1889, written in that same year. The language has not been edited to reflect modern expressions or word usage. What the fuck? It's going down. Too far. What? I didn't even type the joint. Fuck this shit. I think Mixer gave the minimum 10 million to join Mixer just. You know what? I think that makes a lot of sense. I was also wondering how much money they were paid. Woo Chan, come on.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey guys, my name is Scrubby. Tim here showing you how to...
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining.
Going down, you're like your weight loss? Yeah, buddy.
Your turn to
Decent type of speed is 50 to 70. You're almost double. Hiya, Murray. Thanks, Manny Deep. Well, I'm playing mid, guys. I think we're gonna play some Queen of Pain.
Your turn to pick.
Keybr.com is pretty good. Thanks,
10
Apola.
seconds remaining.
Just pick Queen of Pain, I think.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Ooh. Well, I actually did not even check. When did they pick Bristle Black? I should have went for Lion if going.
Alright, I'm reading your comments. College folks would have paid you to type their pencil drafted essays, really? Chats are cutting off?
Prepare for battle.
I don't know, man. Ah, boy. What am I doing? I'm playing against Kunkka? Oh. Kunkka. Lulu, I need you to come here and give me Tangus.
Ah, sorry.
Here.
Oh, you know, I haven't been playing Dota 2 in exclusive full screen, and it is so much smoother now. 2, please, thanks.
Right.
What?
You want to war?
Yeah.
Your queen moves.
Let's 3 bottom. You should invade top.
Oh, I will. Oh, we have a drow.
Yes. The battle begins. Does this hurt? Make way for your queen. Dire's courier has been killed.
Sorry, guys. My fault.
What? Oh my god!
I mean, there were 3 bottom. We got the rune, so it's all worth it, right?
Yes.
What the fuck is this tri-lane?
As I will. Oh, yes. No pain.
Did he hit me with Tidebringer just now?
Oh shit!
Your queen.
Will be I first bloody blood.
A path to pain. Forward. Oh,
I'm dead.
yes.
Maybe not.
The cage.
He missed again, right?
It's the gayest fucking shit.
Sweet pain.
Man, he uses Tangus.
Oh, I felt that. A love bite. You simply not. Here. Quickly now.
Dude, I have vertical sync on, I think. It's laggy as fuck. Oh, it's not even on!
Oh, yes.
What the hell?
Submit.
Morning, Wayne.
A royal path. More.
Is that timer, guys? What the? Oh, this guy's invisible.
Clean it.
This guy's dead. Bottle, dude.
Oh, yes. Rain oil. My pain tolerable. As I will. Scream.
Not so safe harbor, eh?
And he's fucking almost dead. And he can't drink his bottle. That's the funny part. You want this rune? You're not gonna beat me to it, bud. Great.
Oh, yes.
Get ready to kill bottom. I'm coming. I'm coming bottom.
What are we going on?
I'm going with Venomancer. I can do it on Warlock. Warlock.
Here, here.
Ruins.
Forward.
Okay. Oh shit.
That hardly hurt at all.
2 YOLO. Oh hey, I killed.
Your middle
Boach
tower is under
Jaiden.
attack.
Gold for me.
Oh wait, second boots?
Long live your middle tower is under attack. Oh, yes.
Man. I feel weird not having blink. Does that feel weird in a co-op?
Yes, very weird.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Void denied. What's his face?
He moves.
See, Kunkka's still level 5. Okay, good.
Oh, yes. Suffer. Here, here. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Bristleback.
A path to pain. Swiftly.
Damn it. Hi, Penguin.
As I will. Battle Royale. Your top tower is under attack. Double damage.
I'm coming bottom again.
Pain train.
Help me, help me. Kill these guys.
The pain train. Feel this. Your middle tower is under attack.
Nice. Warlock's quite the cunt.
Your queen moves. Oh, your middle tower is under attack. Oh,
And he's just nailing on my
your middle tower is under attack.
my tower.
Oh, yes.
Lulu, I need a rune ward.
Okay.
What the? Oh, great.
Want to stay and kill him?
Into the bottom.
Sure,
Your
run at him.
middle tower is under attack. Swiftly. Regeneration.
Go, go, go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fucking warlock here. What the fuck?
Run.
Here, here. Forward. I'm not ready.
I'm gonna TP out, okay?
Okay, run.
It's not time yet.
Bernie!
Quickly now.
Fucking no one died from that exchange? That's amazing. I think you're about to die though. I'm running towards you.
A royal path.
Up, up, up!
Your top tower is under attack. Agony awaits.
He's fucking dead now.
Binding pain.
Woo!
Best teacher. The treasury grows. For your top tower is under attack. Here, here. Your top tower is under attack.
Damn, you're in deep.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, I am.
forward.
My patience is rewarded.
I need that, banner.
Path to pain.
Oh, damn.
Motherfucker. Run, okay? Just run.
No, I'm so.
You can like straight up, you can click him once or something. Never mind.
I want to kill the curry.
Oh, such a little death. I love a struggle. Your favorite moves. Here, here. Swiftly. Your queen moves.
I'm coming bottom. Raise crown up.
The pain.
No, he's down.
Your middle tower is under
This guy's so screwed! Oh yeah, he's Moshindiru.
Oh, yes.
My money!
Sorry.
Quickly now.
That's fine. I didn't buy the sentry.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hey Drow, Drow, come kill Kunkka.
Haste. Oh, your middle tower is under attack. Privilege.
Good job.
Your top tower is under attack. Forward. The enemy's middle tower.
Hey, Devraj, I'll deal with it later, okay, man.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. The pain train.
Hi, Farah.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh shit,
Your
I'm dead.
top
Oh no.
tower has fallen.
Oh, he fucked up.
Thank you, bro.
Oh shit, there's a bristle back here. Yo, Legger.
Dire's structures are
Thanks, buddy. Careful.
fortified.
Keep running, Witch Doctor.
Wanna shrine anybody?
Forward.
Just me? Okay.
Scream. Oh, yes. Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Coming bottom, coming bottom.
Found the bottom.
You make a right people.
Holy moly.
The enemy's top tower.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Your middle tower is under
Everyone is
attack.
so friendly in the stream, how lovely. They are now. Just wait, they'll misbehave. I hope I don't die grabbing this rune.
Into the bottom. A royal path.
I'll take that.
Battle Royale. Pain train. Worthy tribute. Oh, yes.
Trials King Shadowblade? Oh, Jesus.
Felt that.
Nice, ultimate. Sounds good. They've got literally 4 bottom. Why don't you guys like take mid?
Mid's already taken.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Ah, I just got
Oh man, look
steamrolled.
at all these stacks.
Ooh, who made those stacks?
Some of them
Your
I did.
bottom tower is
Nice.
under attack.
Go, fight, 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 fight!
Sorry.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, fuck, my Blink's level 1.
Your bottom tower.
I killed
is
this
under
guy.
attack. Your queen.
Bash him!
Oh,
Your middle tower is under attack.
I love my KS button. It's so good.
Oh, I tried to use my KS button, but your KS button works faster.
Your top tower is under attack. Yes. Dire's structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Swiftly. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, look at all this jungle vision. I can just take this over now.
As I
Oh yeah, thanks
Also,
Lulu.
I have a fucking egg, so what am I doing? Let's take this shit fucking over.
Oh, yes.
Alright, Lulu, leave. You can TP. You can just straight up TP! Lulu! Oh, Jesus.
That was
Oh,
fun.
yes.
I thought others were nearby as well.
Feel this.
You got a League of Legends ad before watching Dota?
Oh yeah, I actually got the League of Legends ad.
Well, good. That's a better game than Dota 2. Spooderman, you have the same headset I have. You have the QC35s. You serious? You have the QC35s? You serious?
Worthy tribute.
You serious?
A royal path. Queen.
Nice job, rich boy.
As I will. Quickly now.
I don't know if I want the Shadow Blazers.
Oh, yes.
You can reach Immortal because you have the same headphones. Yeah, that makes. Oh yeah, that's absolutely right. Did you go Shadow Blade yet?
Forward. Forward. Your pain ends. Here, here.
Greetings, my friend.
Forward. Upon pain. Forward.
Ruins.
Illusion. Your top tower is under attack.
Don't grab the banners. I'll grab 'em.
Quickly now. Bottle royale. Worthy into the bottle. Growing stronger. Oh, yes.
What do I buy?
Train.
I don't even know.
Your sister has the same headphones.
The enemy's
Well,
middle
well, now
tower
how
is
long have you
fortified.
spent using these headphones?
The treasury
Let's have a look at your items.
as I will.
You probably need. Actually, I have no idea.
Suffer.
You guys want to know what the timer's all about?
Does this hurt?
That's right. It's the end of the world.
Reign of pain.
Yo, I gotta pause for this one. I have to.
I'm not ready. Your queen.
I don't normally, but oh my god. Did you not see that, Kevin?
Here, here.
Back to low priority.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
God damn it.
Forward.
Time dilation. Hi, Vinit.
Your queen. Here for the privilege.
Ebony.
As I will. I love a struggle.
You know what? I would like Lotus. Actually, Lotus, yeah. Lotus next.
Share my pain.
It's a lot of juicy farm bottom.
Your bottom tower is under attack. A path to pain. Here, here.
Okay.
I'm under attack.
Why not get orc and shit on these kids? I think my damage is already fine. I'm just more concerned about my survivability.
Oh, yes. Forward.
Yeah, I used to build tons of damage, but nowadays I actually quite value survivability.
Gold for my pain. The pain train.
What the fuck is up with this on-screen chat bullshit?
Oh, yes.
I can't even like make it go down, guys.
Scream.
Oh, bye with Shockner.
Feel this.
Since when did these ancients use body slam?
Sound of mind and body. A path.
God, 34 armor. I'm such a beast. Yeah, I don't know about that chat, guys. Maybe I can't even do anything.
Battle Royale. The pain.
No, honestly, like, I think
Battle
there's no way to fix it.
Royale. Attack.
Hey, Apollo, you want to know how rich I am? Very. He's gonna beat me, huh?
Worthy tribute.
He's so fucking tank. Let's try it again. Okay, man. Like, did he not think that I was just gonna use my abilities? How'd he go?
Not yet. Your queen moves.
I don't want to die to.
The enemy's bottom
Lightning
tower
procs.
has fallen. Here, here.
Easy.
I'm not ready.
I'm not going on that.
Alright, so I think that after this Lotus Orb, I basically have enough survivability, and so we pump up the damage.
Oh, yes.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yeah, definitely enough damage. Okay, see you later.
Oh, yes.
I'm so hard to kill, dude. Look at me, I'm Bristleback now.
Feel suffer. Here, here. Quickly now.
Alright. I actually don't even care about this boat.
Share my
Oh my god. I fucking hate Kunkka is such a stupid fucking hero.
Yes, yes he is.
Sweet pain. As
Mysterious timer. Ooh.
your queen moves.
The timer has nothing to do with anything. Okay. Nothing. Don't worry about it, guys. Or does it? Ooh.
Forward.
Why did I buy Lotus? That is an excellent question. Venomous Gale, Time Dilation, Fatal Bonds. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Oh man. Oh, fuck. Maybe I need more armor.
Bottom with you.
Your top tower is under
Still
attack.
back by himself.
You guys can kill. You have to. You combo your abilities together though.
Tower is under attack.
Oh my god.
Yeah. If I were you, I wouldn't even just go on that hill.
Your middle tower is under attack.
All right, you. Sure, my timer.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Who fucking cares about that shit, anyways?
Are you gonna defend mid?
I'm dead.
Your middle tower is
well,
under
be-
attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Ah, yes. Got a casserole in the oven. Mmm. Sounds delicious.
Crown passes to me. Oh, yes. As I
Oof.
scream.
You still want the runes?
No. Good job. Good job, everyone. Great work. Great work.
I'll take that.
Better Lincolns? Better Lincolns for what? Holy shit! Lincolns for goo?
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
You want me buy Lincolns? For goo? Why else would I buy Lincolns?
More.
X? Holy shit, man. That, oh my. I alt tab just to type that, by the way, so. Why is my attack speed so slow? Oh, Drow's dead.
God.
Are fortified. Your queen moves.
Oh, it's this guy again.
A path to pain.
Back, get back. Kunkka's almost up.
Submit.
He's probably gonna TP to the shrine.
Quickly now. Forward.
Mjolnir. Mjolnir action.
Oh, yes.
This is gonna be such a cool build.
Feel this. I love struggle.
careful, top.
Oh shit.
Oh, yes.
Divine Rapier.
The pain train.
You know, I care about Chrono, but I don't care about Chrono that much.
Pay for the privilege. Your pain moves. Oh, yes.
What is Bristleback doing?
Forward.
Thank you, motherfucker.
Here, here.
Uh-oh.
I'm under attack. Yes.
Oh no!
Tried. I hit the. Oh,
Oh
no,
my
you did.
god!
A royal forward. Not yet.
Hi, BJ.
As I will. Your middle tower.
We're gonna do about this.
Your pain, your middle tower is under attack. Pain. Your middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Hey, Drow, can you finish Silver Edge? Hey, back off a little bit from him. They're just waiting behind him, trying to waste their time.
As I will. Your bottom shrine is under attack. Pain train. Here, here. Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen. Forward. Your queen moves.
Drow, can you finish Silver Edge? Oh god, don't make me buy it.
I'll get it.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you're gonna make it? You could, you want.
Sure.
Quickly now.
I'm gonna make it.
I think Drow should make it.
Oh, I felt that. I'm not ready. Your bottom tower is under attack.
So beautiful.
Your bottom tower has fallen. A royal.
Holy shit!
It's not time yet. Scream.
Oh shit, oh, I should have done something about that.
Forward. Not yet. Attack. Oh, yes. Your top tower is under attack. Forward. A path to pain. Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Oh, yes. Your top tower is under attack. Submit. Forward. Here, here.
It has nothing to do with the timer, Raj.
I will.
Actually, or does it?
A love bust. Quickly now. The pain train. Oh, yes.
His face is void. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's getting eggs next. Okay, good. Even easier to survive his burst.
Swiftly. Your queen moves.
Linkins for goo, Armin. Do you remember when I asked you that question and you just totally ignored it?
Suffer. Your queen moves.
No chrono, no chrono.
Here, here.
Holy shit.
Oh fuck.
That was bad.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I don't know why we fight that. I just was doing with Braver.
Oh, yes.
I think I do need Silver Edge. What do you think?
Quickly now.
Maybe.
Or do easy kill elk?
Into the
I
bottom.
don't know, but it seems like I can get so much better items.
Oh man.
Better.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and grab that. Thanks.
Oh, yes.
I feel like I need damage in my skill. Like a satanic and a fucking butterfly or something. What do you think?
That's a great question. Well, let's see what the Stroud does. Let's see. He's finishing Silver Edge. Yeah, I mean, he can
Finally.
pop damage.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go butterfly.
Forward. Not a struggle.
Alright, I need one more item after this heart. That's right, one more item.
A royal path.
Divine right here.
Actually, I might.
As I will. A royal path. Here, here. Dyer's courier has
Oh
been
shit.
killed.
On my way. Bop's too strong. Can't get killed.
I'm under
Yay!
Detection anyway? Oh, there we go. Oh my god, I'm fucking beast! I'm a beast!
It's like a bristleback clock. A bristleback that blinks.
See, you don't always have to build like a, super high damage.
Scream.
Lincoln's, yeah, Lincoln's. Sheepstick for what? I don't even care, man.
Rain of pain. bottom tower has fallen. I'm not ready. Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna hit buildings while you do that.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. I'm not
Yep.
I'm gonna
Easy.
die.
Want me to deny it?
I'm just dead. Yep.
Oh
Just about
man,
dead.
this guy's like died of these fucking things. Man, too beastly.
The
Look, I'm full
enemy's
HP again.
has fallen. Swiftly now. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I got you, buddy. I got you. I got you.
Thanks. Stay back there.
Ooh, you should probably just start walking away.
Ah, damn it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's over 9,000!
I want the void. The fucking. I want void to chrono me again. I really want it. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, there he is. There he is. There he is.
I think he's going to give it to you.
Yeah, you can give it to me hard.
Submit.
Oh yeah.
Oh no! Oh shit!
Oh my god.
Ooh, I actually survived this.
Double damage.
That was a close one.
Yeah, it was. Ah, don't worry about it. Yo, yo, yo! Where's my? I can't touch this.
Battle Royale. Your shrine has fallen to the dark. Immortality. Forward.
Oh, I have 9,000 gold. Oh no, it's not. Oh, it's not. That's not 9,000.
Train.
Wait, wait, wait. Just wait. There we go.
Worthy tribute.
It's over 9,000!
All right, rapier it is.
Invisibility.
Alright, rapier. Mama didn't raise no pussy.
As the enemy's top shrine has fallen. Forward. Quickly now. Here, here.
Oh my god.
He's like, okay. Whoa, 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 whoa.
That was a failed ball.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Jesus.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Yes.
Did I enjoy this match? Yeah.
And his name is John.
Thank you. Thank you. Style LP.
What a fucking beast Quap.
I know, right?
I still wish Quap could do the 70% magic lifesteal blade mail reflection.
Oh, that was sick, man.
Dude. That fits the lore so well.
Oh yeah.
It could even be less good, you know, like
Oh,
40%
yeah.
or something.
How does this tanky build Quap do so much damage, guys? How did the tanky build Quap do so much damage? You know how? 'Cause she didn't die. And also Mjolnir. And also Drow Aura, basically. Who's Brood? Yes.
I think I needed Midas that game, honestly.
You needed Midas, you say?
Yeah. I felt like I was always behind by one item. And I think the I felt like that mostly because of the eggs.
Yeah, I mean, you could switch it up.
I also didn't play that well in general, but still.
I wouldn't know. Well, your farm's on par with everyone else. Actually, ahead of most people. Oh yeah. Well, your farm was good. You were even ahead of me at one point. Alright, Alex, let's read your comment. Let's see. You know your sponsor is making you buy armlet on every hero? Should do a buy rapier on every hero sponsor.
Smoke weed every day.
Sounds like Alex wants to be a sponsor then.
Right? Yes, attack speed talent. It's not Alex, it's Alex. No. Actually, I should emphasize Alex. Is that how you say it? Is that how you say it? Oh, I remember why I don't use exclusive full screen. Because when I alt tab, the chat and stuff disappears.
Oh yeah.
But my frames per second is way better. Blue TI11 winner, thanks Gaia. Gaia Wong, you Chinese? Ni hao ma? Oh, I see an Indonesian idiot. Can I play mid TM? I could.
Your turn to ban.
Nah, we should stop this game.
5 seconds.
Is that right? Alright, did you want to take the abandoned?
I want to play some try hard.
Your turn.
Well, what are we trying to say with abandon? Like, will it just stomp harder if I abandon?
I don't know.
Wait, what happened?
I don't know what's going on.
I mean, we haven't even picked why
10
I
seconds
banned.
remaining.
I don't know. He's going on about something, but he hasn't fully explained.
Who's the one that said abandon? I said we should try hard this game, and
I said
Blue's like, oh yeah, let's abandon, and I'm like, all right.
Wait, what?
What? I feel like there's a little bit of confusion here.
No
Let's
kidding.
fucking try hard this game.
Yeah, dog. Let's do it.
Okay.
Take two, guys. Take two.
Alright, I'm gonna abandon.
Nice. All right.
Oh, did you say abandon or did you say abandon?
Magnus said something originally, but I've already forgotten what he said, but it sounded like he did not want to play this game, so I said that's... You want to abandon then?
Your turn to pick.
Holy shit!
Your turn.
Oh, we have decades.
Tetchies!
To 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, anyways, I don't know what's up with this chat, guys, because I cannot actually even make it not cut. Actually, maybe we can try something. Here, let's try something. Height 355 pixels. I mean, that looks like it's okay, right? Yo, man, my chat's not even updating. Look, this is the last thing I see. This is the last thing I see. Here, let's refresh this. Sorry, guys.
Your turn to pick.
Fuck, where was I? Alright, there we go. It's not raining, what?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
I mean, it could be a
remaining.
request, right? Oh shit, do I have to pick hero? I want to play some Tusk.
Your turn to pick.
Is this ranked or all pick? Why not both? Yeah, you tell him, Wayne. You tell him. Hi, Ronald. If you say Tetchies, don't you think it should be T-cheese?
Cheese?
Well, I did say cheese, didn't I? Tetchies. Tetchies.
I only heard the cheese in it because food.
Can I mid-CM though? I could. Shamu gonna get banned. Can TA play position 4? I don't know, man. I don't know. We're gonna do some kind of fun build. What you favorite hero, Lulu?
My favorite hero
They
is
call
Crystal
me the
Maiden.
terror from the barrier. They call me the snowball from
Cobalt.
But you may call me Frost.
Prepare for battle.
Techie sounds like he's having a good time.
Good to be good.
Punch on bitches. It's bitches. Is cheese actually a banned word?
Yeah, remember, Matt?
Matt banned cheese as a word? Why did he do that?
Because they were spamming it for some reason at some point.
Who?
And
Sounds like a good
I don't
idea.
know. There was a talk. They started spamming cheese for some reason. Then
Okay.
he went ahead and banned cheese. So
Right,
everyone that
okay.
actually tried to say it, they will just get tired.
My mod is speaking not English? That's it. I'm taking away his moderator powers. Wait, Wayne just said cheese. Spooderman just said cheese.
I thought you just removed it.
Removed what?
The
The
fat
cheese?
from
No,
the-
I didn't even. I didn't do anything.
Is Matt here?
This is fucking some spooky shit.
If you say so.
Matt, come out, come out.
Hey, Devraj, I can give your moderators back for donation. Would you like to make donation?
Matt, we don't. Bottom.
The battle begins.
Come on, you better. Who's ready for a fight? The first hit is free. Anyone?
Uh-uh.
Got it. Let's see what you're made of.
What is Techie's doing?
Knuckles cracked and ready. You betcha. I'm under attack.
Techie's.
Attack. Yes. Come and fight me. I say we should trade blows. Fight.
Techies are special needs kids. Oh.
Let us fight.
Feel bad for Devraj? Yeah, but that motherfucker was speaking not English. He's speaking the brown language, I think.
Yeah.
How dare you?
The brown language.
Yes.
Click him, click him.
That was first blood. I barely touched you.
Do I get angry if sports hit last creeps? Well, it doesn't usually happen in my bracket. But if it happens, when a less experienced player does it, I don't get so upset because they just don't know.
The North comes with me. Why not? I have punching for you. Fight. Yeah, sure. Time to brawl.
Is the Devraj timed out?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sucker!
yes.
Techies, easy kill.
Get ready. Here I come. Yep. Cheeky lumber. This should be fun. I say. Come and fight me.
I feel like there's two mid.
Keep 'em coming. Yep.
How does that make you feel?
Normal game.
Got it. Why not?
I don't have mana for my fucking E, dude.
Snowstorms
Need more
and
mana.
let us
Motherfucker! Wait, courier. Black language? Molo in Unchani?
Did anyone get the name of that wagon that hit me?
What is going top? I don't know. He just kind of walked past me. It's really weird.
Yeah, sure.
I just stopped. Hold up.
Got it.
Told you, techies. We just wait for this Drow to push closer to the tower, and then we run at her.
The North comes with me. I'll take your fruit. You betcha.
No!
Radiant structures are fortified.
Onward.
Do you really want to be up here with techies bombs? Oh yeah! Gonna punch some bitches?
This should be fun.
How the hell is Pudge stronger than me? What the fuck?
He's like super strong this patch.
I don't. What the hell?
There's a Venomancer
He
behind
just
this
fucking
cunt,
walked
isn't
up and killed me. What the actual fuck?
Yeah, sure. If you say so.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
he? Oh, these guys are so screwed.
Like I shall go with the gold. A great stay frosty. It's over 9,000!
I crossed the world to win this day. I will not fail now.
You betcha.
This is so fucking retarded. How? Why did they fucking buff Pudge?
Cozy cold.
He's just really strong, really giving up.
Get ready. Here I
Yo, can I deny you? Is there a deny?
go.
Yeah, never mind. Never mind.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I dare them to fight me. I say.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It
You want that wrench, Devraj? Yeah, I'll think about it.
could be good.
Oh, mama. My armlet.
It's not done yet. Got it.
My clarity.
Okie dokie.
Pudge is top.
Okay.
Onward.
The fucking. I'm just gonna walk up and right click you. Fucking like what the hell?
Got
And
it.
he's baiting the drow. I think we can even kill, even if like, but I don't know. I think we can kill anyways. Can I go over here?
Okay, G.
Yeah, sure.
This guy takes a lot of mana to use, huh?
Got it.
Your
You can
middle
donate,
tower is
Devarge?
under attack.
Okay.
That's mine. Snowstorms are coming.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, fuck!
Chill out.
is under attack.
Why not? Fine.
Your middle tower is under
Up to my
attack.
weight class.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Sounds like a good idea.
You know what?
No.
Should buy a ward.
Yeah. Yeah. Got it. You betcha. Okie dokie.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Holy shit.
Catchies.
I say we should trade blows.
Smoke weed every day.
Good. I'm not ready. You betcha. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
40% experience?
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Time to punch things up. If you say so.
I've been complaining about Hutch for the last 10 minutes.
The Techies actually took all the words. I cannot buy anything and we don't have a...
When abandoned.
Featherweight.
No.
We're still
Play
winning.
this game
The North
to the
comes-
bitter end.
Okay, alright. I just stopped.
Nah, Pudge is really strong early game. That you don't have to fight him. Kind of like Bristleback.
You know, I should get Midas. No joke.
Sure.
I'm gonna do
Yeah.
it.
It's not.
You wanna
time
fucking
yet.
fight me, bitch?
I have something for you.
Alright.
Why
Your
not?
top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Okie dokie.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Nicholas, you're in my games? I want Desolator next. And some clarities.
It's not time yet.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no water in my cup. Fuck.
No.
No. No.
So, should I sell
Yeah,
Helm to get Midas faster, or something else?
Nah.
Yes.
Oh my fucking god.
Run.
Nah, there's no one.
I'm not even gonna try to fight Hutch.
See what you're made of.
You're just fucking retarded.
He just blinks on me and I'm dead.
I'll kill him soon.
This fight will be a
Very, very
You
soon.
betcha.
Like, he didn't even win mid, but like all of a sudden he could just walk up on me and
Okay.
like punch me.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my god, that animation's so slow.
Yo, I can ice shard this guy. I can ice shard him.
Kill him.
Ah!
Oh nice.
I ice shard him.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
You
Oh,
think you
Jesus.
can do?
What is Sand King doing?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, that's a head hurt.
Contemplated by the Sand King.
Yes.
Report Commodore, please.
Got it. Got it. The North comes with me.
Well, I just need like 4 mana.
No storms are
4 fucking mana. Pudge is gonna fucking blink on me in a sec.
not yet. Snowball. I say.
Fuck, I need mana.
I'm not ready. Yeah.
I feel like he's baiting.
If you say so.
I don't
he's
think so.
baiting.
I don't think
Pudge
so.
is-
I think he's top.
You don't think? Oh,
Pudge top, look, look.
Pudge is top. Was so deep.
Mute the
oh
SK,
my God,
right?
we're doing-
Yes.
What do you think I'm doing on Dredge? What do you think I'm doing? Alright, Morty?
Okie dokie. Double damage. It's not time yet then. Snowball. Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Right. Got it.
Benny.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Wait, career?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Why not? Good to be good.
Yo, man, I need like item for mana regeneration.
The
Seriously.
North comes with me.
I might get Lotus or something like that.
It's not time
Can we get one more down here?
Belongs to me.
Just one? Anyone TP bottom?
much better.
Oh shit, I forgot the...
Yeah.
Hey, Techie's come try.
Much better. Got it.
Lotus is giving me a lot of negative response. What does that mean?
No joke, if I want to counter specifically Pudge, do I buy Silver Edge?
And
Techie's
maybe
come.
an
Never mind. Never mind, he's fake, he's fake. If it's illusion, just suck him right away. Get out of the square.
Snowstorms are coming.
Oh.
oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Magnus, what was your question?
Tower is under attack.
If I want to counter Pudge specifically,
shoot.
Right.
do I buy Silver Edge?
Nah.
Oh my God.
No?
No. Silver Edge wouldn't do anything to him.
Sure.
Yeah,
He's got plenty of stacks.
So if you hit him with Silver Edge, it doesn't get rid of those stacks, if I remember correctly.
Doesn't?
No.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Knuckles cracked and the red.
I can't click on this. Oh, Jesus.
You betcha.
It's actually really broken if that's true.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, Pudge falls off late game. He's just really annoying and tanky, but he falls off.
Let us fight. Yes. Yes. Fresh meat. No. Yeah. Got it.
I don't even know how that was connected. This is so dumb.
I think you...
Now the
Yeah, you
positive.
just avoid Pudge and play around Vision if you can. Should be okay.
If you say so. Fight. Sounds like a good idea. I say,
Your top tower is under attack.
yeah, sure.
Dun 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 dun.
Cozy sponge.
Your top tower is under attack.
I don't think I buy Solar Crest, guys. I'm too lazy to use it on people.
Your top tower is under attack.
It's not time yet.
Dire structures are fortified.
What about
What
that
if I
one
thought-
punch though?
Your top
Oh, I
tower
can one
is
punch
under
these bitches.
attack.
Storms and
Oh, dude, that Venomancer disappeared.
Your tower is under attack.
God, that's great.
why not?
Haste!
Fight. Not yet. Come here. I say we should
Battle Fury.
trade blows.
I don't know. I think I can't buy Battle Fury because I'm running out of item slots already.
Yes.
Like I think I need some kind of mana regeneration item, which is not going to give me damage. And then I need something else. Oh, plus 100%
You betcha.
crit, dude.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I have punching for you.
Oh, dude, you ready for this, guys?
Holy shit! Oh my god, that damage. I'm glad others are dying one man.
Yeah. One of these, some of these. Get rid of that.
The North comes with me. A good warm-up.
That's so satisfying, man. Dude, he probably hates this game right now. What the fuck?
Okay.
Oh, there's another one. Wait. I wonder if he's baiting, dude.
Yeah.
He's baiting. We'll see if she moves away from the tower. If she moves away from the tower, we're gonna jump on her nuclear.
Yes.
Bloodthorn. Oh, Bloodthorn's a good point too.
Yeah, sure.
But it doesn't give me disables. But it gives me damage. How much armor does this guy have? 11? I wonder if he's baiting. You want some dual damage, buddy? Oh, he's fucking gone.
0.
Radiant. Do the man move.
Oh, fuck.
You had dust?
Nah.
You
Pudge is coming, Pudge is coming.
Looks like a beat. I don't want PP.
It's okay.
Where's Pudge coming from?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, no, he's not coming.
He's over here somewhere.
Yes. Got it. If you say so. Mine.
Actually, I need dust, dude, for this fucking drow. Oh, wait. But I can probably one-punch drow, right? Oh, shit. Oh.
Why not? Sounds I'm not ready. Snowstorms are coming.
No, I'm pretty sure Yules is the purchase. Yules gets rid of silence, it gets rid of X marks the spot.
I flex.
Dispels a bunch of this shit. Yules, great item. Oh shit. Oh shit.
That went well.
Oh boy.
North comes with me.
Objectivos. Yeah, kills Objectivos.
I say.
Thanks for keeping the map safe, Lion.
I'm trying.
What if Venom's just a poor 10-year-old starting out? In that case, wah wah. Wait for the food.
Come and fight.
Wait for the food, guys. Just wait for the food. Can I one punch that guy? I don't think I can, right? He's got Daedalus now. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of
You
damage.
betcha.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh fuck, they see me.
Got it.
Not sneaky enough.
Don't take it personal.
They got a lot of armor, huh?
Yeah.
They have vision up here? Nah, we got sentry right there.
Yeah.
I knew this team was fucking invading. God damn it. Fudge is bottom.
Got it.
If I see him.
Yeah, shoot.
Nah, I don't really expect them to just
Yeah,
clump up for Battle Fury, you know?
Time to brawl. Yeah.
Alright, now we can be anywhere, anytime. Oh shit. She baiting?
Yeah. Cozy.
That's great. Oh, free Walrus Punch.
The North comes with me. Sounds like
Here, I'll see, okay? I'm leaving.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
Ah, jeez, Where's this fucking cuckoo? Oh shit! He's fucking dead. Oh my god, this is great. Yeah, let's get out of here before I die.
I'm under attack.
Yeah, we're good, we're good, we're good.
Get ready. Here I go.
Woo!
Onward.
No, if I could punch that, that would be a lot of money, huh? With Battle Fury.
Storms are coming.
Oh man, I need more items. I just don't know what to buy now. Should we get? Maybe we should buy Divine Rapier.
You betcha.
All right, all right, all right, all right.
You
It's happening.
betcha.
It's happening. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Our war funds.
Fudge is also coming.
You were out of your
Really?
wit.
There's 4 top.
Oh, you found me. God damn it.
Yes.
What is up here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's coming for you guys.
I'm gonna go bottom.
Time to brawl. You are going nowhere.
Oh, he's going to find it.
Get over it. Yes.
Decades instead me.
Much better.
What the fuck?
I don't understand where they
shit.
have vision there, but I think they have vision.
Enjoy. Oh fuck! He got me with fucking Shivas.
Oh my god.
Oh my! I didn't. Oh, I should have used Armlet if I knew he was gonna use Shivas. How much money? 1,700. Wow.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm fucking dead.
Knew that they had vision.
And oh.
Oh shit.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
That's why I went to KB. Almost got at it though. I'm gonna grab.
Oh,
that,
Techie's got a lot of mines.
Good.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I think you duel. You can duel. Nice.
First goal victory this game.
They started without me.
33-minute first goal. Sounds good.
It's okay.
Not even first victory. First attempt.
Oh my
Holy
god.
shit. Oh, he's got the level 25 talent. Oh, damn, dude. That's a lot of damage. Okay, now I might actually need the Lincolns. He would still eat me for
Somebody-
6 seconds, though. But he wouldn't get the E-Blade off.
Can somebody on the stream check the Fudge Silveridge interaction?
Your top tower is under attack.
What would you like to know about it?
Does it work?
Does it take away his stacks and immediately reduces HP by like 1,000?
Damage and all that shit? Yeah.
Nah.
That's absolutely broken. I'm gonna write an email to Ice Frog.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, shit. There.
Oh my
Wow,
god.
half his HP. Jesus.
Oh my.
We can defend high ground.
Yeah.
No, I don't
Your
even.
middle tower is under attack.
What's my next set?
Middle tower is
You need
under
mobility,
attack.
like Blink Dagger or something.
You got Blink Dagger? Okay.
And then you might want Lincolns at some point.
Tower is under Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh shit! He was like half a second from eating you.
Good. Oh, Pudge was there? I didn't even see that.
Oh, you didn't? Oh yeah, no, he was right next to you, like half a second more, and he would have started eating you.
He's coming for you again. Oh, this Pudge is so annoying. I'm going to ban Pudge next game. Or you guys pick it.
Yeah.
Where's Johnny to play Pudge when you need?
Yeah, I'm actually okay with this now. Johnny can play Pudge every game.
God damn it,
Hey,
dude.
Fucking Visionaire.
Not even here.
I say.
Yeah, I've tried to.
You betcha.
Oh my fucking god.
Well, I mean, they have Vision there, so you shouldn't TP there.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just getting gold, but I don't know what to do with it. So, that's what I'm doing right now.
Nice shot, Snowball. Yes. If you say so.
Your top tower is under attack.
Why not?
Your top tower has fallen.
Oh man, Pudge is too powerful. Silver Edge does not take away Pudge stacks.
It doesn't?
Thank you, Nicholas. Yeah, it shouldn't. Like that would be too powerful if it did.
No, it wouldn't. It would be totally balanced.
Okay,
You see this shit? How is that not balanced?
it's just core Pudge.
Your top tower is under attack.
Cozy gold.
I actually haven't noticed just how strong he is until.
They have vision near the shrine.
You betcha.
Maybe up at
Radiant
the...
structures
Do we have detection
are
for this guy?
fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
No way. He's doing it.
Yeah, sure. Freeze! The North comes with me.
Do I just go like Heart Blade Mail then, or what? Like I have no solution.
Let's think about your item build. I think we
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I think you go Lincoln's Blink Dagger. And Pudge can't just like kill you
I
instantly.
agree.
Snowstorms are coming. You are ready to know. You betcha.
Oh shit! Somebody just blinked here. Oh dude, Pudge blinked past me when I was in the trees and then didn't see me. Fucking close one.
The North comes with
Alright, I'm fucking out of here.
freeze.
I feel like they're like seeing me somehow. I love these tier 1s still here. That's legit.
Yeah, I should get some
Yes.
terrace.
Yeah, sure.
I think Kunk has a Daedalus, if I heard correctly.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love how you can just hear that shit. You're not even late to look.
Ice Alley. You betcha.
You fucking. Oh shit!
I'm under attack.
Enemy's top
Jesus Christ, can I fucking...
Oh, you wanna kill him? Can we kill him?
I don't know, man. Oh, Jesus, dude, he's so deadly.
He used this thing, right? Oh, nice. Alright.
Oh, if you BKB there, he can't hook you through the TP. I think if you BKB now, and you can TP with your boots travel. Or run away.
Regeneration.
Yeah, just remember that Pudge cannot hook you while you BKB TP.
Oh, can't. I thought it was piercing.
I used to think that, but then I was very wrong when someone did
that
it.
too?
I'm not
the
sure
hell?
if it was ever BKB piercing.
I thought it was always piercing. Like the damage was piercing and the effect was piercing.
Yeah,
That's I fucking hate Ice Frog.
This will do.
Are we defending mid? Mr. Dead Dust?
well, I can't do anything about it.
Should I defend it?
Well, I mean, they haven't done any tower damage yet, so I mean, you're not obligated to do anything.
Let me know.
Your middle tower is under
I think
attack.
Pudge is like, he's like total shark mode. Okay, we need to defend mid.
Is under attack.
Yeah. Cozy orbital funds. I am the snowball from Cobalt. If you say so. Ice shark.
I can't find CM.
Okie dokie.
For the effort.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Feel pretty good now with all these items. Let's do it. Let's fucking kill him.
Snowball.
We need to run. We need to run. We need to run.
I don't have BKB.
I might be able to save you. Never mind. Hey, we can't kill them. We cannot. We cannot. Especially the Pudge.
One of them has a gem.
I mean, you started rolling, so I was like, alright, fucking.
It was.
I say much big snowball.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Punch him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, they're getting tanky, these
Taking a
guys.
while.
Has fallen.
Look at this shit, fucking Christmas guys. I think you're dead.
I never pull
Nice
my
blink.
punch.
Nice
Thanks.
heals. Easy.
Oh
Your
god.
bottom tower is under attack.
Should I buy back?
Yes.
We need-
Invisibility.
What the fuck?
I will outfight them.
You coming, Mr. Toast?
Yeah, I'm healing. Oh man, we have like no way to kill this Pudge. 5,000 fucking A. We need to cook of anything.
I'm gonna die again.
You have BKB?
No.
Oh man. Oh! Oh shit, we're dead.
Aw, the sponge.
Yeah, no, he's too powerful.
I can't believe we just DD'd out for a fucking Pudge. Like it was fucking ogre from. Just by the Pudge pick.
Your top tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack.
Run, Lulu.
No, I cannot
Oh man,
even
we
run.
can't kill him. He's too powerful. He's too powerful.
Oh my god.
We got this, guys. Just another 5 years.
Yeah.
Fuck that punch up.
Yeah, he's gonna fuck me up.
Fallen.
Storms are
Your
coming.
middle barracks has
Wow, I've never seen such a
God,
powerful
that's so
Pudge in my life.
annoying.
barracks are under attack.
Fight! Wanted to try
Your bottom barracks.
I
has
honestly did not think Fudge was that strong until this game. I've seen him and I've seen him as carry, but this game it's
fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Sand King's dead.
Push me!
Guys, you know, even if we have Vessel, he's not gonna die.
Okie dokie.
No, he's not fucking dying, alright?
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
So, Vessel reduces hero healing, right? But does it reduce base regen?
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your
oh my
enemy now has megaphase. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh, what can you do?
You betcha.
Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack.
Well, I had fun for the first 25 minutes.
I hate Fudge in the enemy team.
Yeah, a good core Pudge is very, very annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Vess will do shit, guys. Let's read the description.
Actually, we weren't losing until minute 35. It was up and down for a while. Pretty even.
Used against enemies, it reduces health by 4% of current health per second. Nah, I just don't think, like, how many charges do you want to use against him, you know? We done today, Mr. Magnus? Oh, Varun, you're
let's
back.
Do one more. Let's do one more.
You're back, buddy. I'm happy to see you. I was scared you left. Varun's back, guys. Be nice to him. Fuck yeah, let's do one more.
Because I'm pretty sure game coordinator's gonna give us a good game now. Like
Okay, sure. No, I was playing Tusk for the lulz, and I got the lulz, but I didn't get the victory. You want last match ID? Sure, man. It is being covered by my body. It's right here. You see that? You see that? Positive you need to. Tell you about this timer? Oh, you want to know about this timer? Are you sure you want to know? I just missed an amazing match between TNC and Gambit, did I? That right. Is it this one? What? I'm clicking on it, but it's nothing's happening. Tommy Lee! How you doing, friend? How goes the shipyard? Does game search time depend on behavior rating? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea.
Yes, game search time does depend on behavior rating.
Well, there you go. Learn something every day. It is the only item that counters him the most, but you need good right-click damage for that. Yeah, you guys are basically grasping at straws. You're like, if Dar just had 30,000 more gold, you could have killed that Pudge. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Pudge is actually a Smurf as well. He He has 100% wins with everything he played because
Fucking
it's the only one
Smurfs!
he beat.
Fucking
Yeah.
Smurfs! Fucking uncultured swine. Yeah,
I
look at
think
that
he
one
only
streak.
I
played,
could
like,
as well use a
3
Smurf.
games.
He has what? Well, at least his profile picture's cute.
Oh yeah.
Aw, look at that little piggy.
Oh.
Bacon. Oh yeah. Let's read some more comments. Hi, Afo. Rain? What rain? It's sunny here in Canada. Dun, dun, dun. Why can't chat in Dota report 3000? Wait, what? Why can't chat in Dota report 3000? Can someone explain to me that comment?
What don't you understand about it? Why can't you report chat in Dota 3,000 times?
Oh, okay, right. TNC won already? Good job, TNC. Tommy Lee, we enjoyed the last game very much. Did you see it? Did you see the beginning of the game? The end of the game was a painful beatdown, but the beginning was really funny. Really
Was
funny.
Fudge chopping us?
Yeah. Fudge, just now you were being rude. How is that being rude? Please, once again, explain it to me. You hear rain? What rain? I don't hear any rain. Something clattering in the background? No, no, it's sunny outside here. Well, I got some money.
Thank you, good sir, for giving my powers back. Also, can you play Axe next?
Whoa, 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 whoa! Those are separate donations. Separate donations. So which one did you want? Do you want the axe or do you want the moderator fires? Why chat Dota in 1003? Wait, what? Jesus. Okay. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Mocking people? Alright, man. I'm gonna give you another chance, okay? Can you specifically explain to me how I mocked someone? Go ahead, man. When I chat in Dota, it shows me error. Is that the 3000 comment guy? Oh, right. I don't know, man.
Could it be that he's banned? Dota from talking.
I don't know, maybe.
Your turn to ban.
Both. Alright. Ching, I'm rich. Playing X.
5 seconds remaining.
Uh-oh.
You want
Okay.
a combo with X?
Your turn.
Sure. I know you're pretty good at Skywrath.
I mean, yes, but I don't want to play Skyrim.
Sure, you play whatever you like.
10 seconds
Hang on,
remaining.
stop this. Shut up with that shit. What? How are we gonna counter this?
Okay, you can go Lena. You can go Dazzle. You can go.
Ooh, that sounds pretty cool. What else? Like, so here's what I want. I want to fucking destroy top. Like, top is just fucking. We own that shit.
Okay.
How are we gonna do it? How are we gonna?
Well, we'd have to see their draft first.
Okay.
How many girls? What the fuck? Alright, where are we?
He has fucked
Your
the
turn
girls
to
that
pick.
he has fucked. The number, exact number that he has fucked. That's
Yes. Why do you can go for the punch? Can't. Okay. You have some problems with your English.
10
Okay. Why do we
seconds
care about this? Come on, guys. Yes, exactly.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hi, Big H.
Your turn to pick.
Ooh, Skyrim.
Is he position 1 Skyrath?
Indirectly, you donated $10, Vinit. Wait.
10 seconds remaining.
How did you indirectly donate $10, Vinit?
5 seconds remaining.
Hoodie was the one that muted the brush when he took his powers away.
But I mean, the Raj would have given me $5 anyways to get the moderator powers back.
I think he's arguing that the Raj did not want to get timed out because of Vinit, so he donated for that.
Does that explanation make sense?
I don't know.
I don't think it
Your
does.
turn to pick.
Oh,
Spectre.
it
You guys, you guys. I get it. I get it.
Your turn to pick.
Wait, we
What's the
have
plan?
fucking safe lane Skyrath? Or you can play
I asked
Skyrath.
him. He's not replying.
Never give up. Saka carry. There we go. Just go like that, and yep. Maybe you play safe lane carry, Mr. Magnus.
No.
Okay. This. Oof. Oh, this draft.
I'm gonna go Deso and Armlet and some shit. I don't know.
Okay.
But we're gonna win top. It'll be no problem.
Sure.
So you're the position 1X. I'm the position 2 Dazzle.
Okay.
And,
What's Tinker?
Lulu is the carry doctor.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes me feel better.
This guy is not saying anything. I don't know.
What was that guy who's stirring shit earlier? I can't even remember his name. Still waiting, bud. Come on, man. I'm waiting for your explanation. Could it be that you just have nothing? And you're just stirring shit?
Cut and run!
From the ghastly Eyrie, I can
Prepare
see
for battle.
to the ends of the world.
Into
and
war's
from this
teeth.
vantage point, I declare with utter certainty that this one is in the bag.
My frames are so much smoother ever since I started using exclusive full screen. Oh my god, look at that. Beautiful, almost 200 frames per second. Sexiness! Thanks, Vinit.
To the enemy!
Oh yeah, it's
Rest
Is that Lulu's voice? Yes, it is, Tommy.
Hey, Tommy.
Enemies need
Dun, 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 dun,
killing.
dun, dun. Thanks, Ohio.
Thirty seconds to battle.
No Vinit. No Vinit.
Axe runs!
Dun, 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 dun. If you get Poison Touch and I get Battle Hunker, there is a good chance we can get First Blood. Not on... Oh god, these guys are slippery.
The battle begins.
Go for the Spectre. Can you go? Yeah, go up, up, up. Keep hitting him.
He's orbed, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
Get another W. Oh, the body block.
It's okay. They actually lost a lot of HP for that transaction.
Axe charges! Axe goes!
Oh shit. Dun, dun. Oh fuck, the timer just went off.
To battle!
Shit. Shit. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god.
Rest is for the dead. Show your worth. Axe goes. Gold for steel. Here comes you with nothing. Cut and run.
Oh fuck.
Oh, they just fucking salved and lost it. That's hilarious.
Dude, really? Seriously? That scheme losing.
Taste my blade. Attack. Fight if you can. Forward.
I don't think this Spectre has a single CS.
Yeah. Spectre's in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, dog. Good job.
I'm just gonna get more regen.
Oh fuck, I battle hunger the creep.
Oh shit.
Ah!
What a immortal
Fucking
player.
noob.
Axe run. Denied. A slice of the action. Into war's teeth.
Why is that? There's a face of some Asian guy in the background.
A commercial?
Axe trades in death. Axe.
I'm gonna buy Ring of Health real quick.
Axe run.
Oh, the bounty rune's still here.
Oh, nice. I guess that
To the
makes sense.
enemy.
Nobody checked it.
Yeah.
Forward.
I'm almost 30. Oh, I'm 3. And I'm 3. Oh, I'm 3.
Prove yourself.
Oh, you know, I should've heal bombed him there.
Yeah.
Soldier of fortune. To battle. Axe attacks.
Can we dive him? I love
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Show your worth.
No regen for you.
Rest is for the dead.
Not too deep. Okay, like don't right click these heroes unless you're outside of tower range. Oh shit, that is an enchantress. There's 4 up here. Holy shit.
Prove yourself. Not so bad.
Come on.
Oh,
Yes!
you got it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Fucking
Oh
healing
fuck.
cell.
Fucking,
Mango
a
TP.
fucking 4 up here. Oh man.
Shoot on the fucking healing cell Mango TP stuff.
Am I gonna reply to what guy, Vineet? What guy?
God, please, no! No! No!
Axe charges. Enemies need killing. Show your worth.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Here comes the axe.
Runes.
Look at that.
Axe trades in death. Good day to fight.
I feel like they're getting their rune.
Maybe. Io's still here.
Show your worth.
Yep, they did.
Axe goes.
Spectre got the rune. That's hilarious.
Oh, good. No last hits for him.
Axe brings the axe.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Fight if you can.
Enemies need
Careful, like this is yeah. Make sure you don't right click them.
Yep, I got it. No problem.
to battle.
It's a little expensive for me. But... I was trying to get a perfect heal bomb. But...
Ah, shit.
Taste my blade.
I helped him get the last
To
hit.
the enemy. Wet my blade. Fight if you can. Forward.
Sorry, my fault.
It's fine.
Attack.
TADD.
Prove yourself.
I'm fucking out of here.
Axe runs.
Yep. We're creating tons of space,
no.
and I killed IO, so even if you die, it's
Some more.
a decent trade.
Axe charges. Axe takes all.
Holy fucking space! Wow, you're still going E.
Still buying items. Oh, the body block.
Axe go.
Fucking Earthshaker blocks him. I'm fucking out of here. Oh no.
Are you?
This power-
Oh, damn it!
Fucking power
Nice try.
Fight if you can.
He's dead.
Rest you feel the axe of axe. Axe charges. Axe attacks.
So how you liking your Axiom so far, Daraj? How do you like being a moderator again?
Forward. Attack. Nuh-uh. Show your worth. Into war, team. Axe throws. Not yet.
I'm coming around.
Here comes the axe.
Nice.
Axe attacks.
I think that I was done. I think he's done.
Yourself.
Oh, he's fucking done! I'm gonna buy my Vanguard.
To battle.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Damn, we're too good.
Axe brings the
This
axe.
is exactly what I wanted, actually.
Yeah, dominating teamwork.
Is under attack.
Slice of the action.
No, my clarity.
Axe trades in beauty.
I should have made it hit you too. That was hilarious.
Yes, I agree.
Taste my blade.
Hilarious, like your weight loss this week. Oh shit!
Prove yourself. Enemies
He's trying to
need
lose weight.
killing.
He didn't lose very much weight this week.
I don't know, I think it's pretty
Run.
funny.
Axe sharpened. Rest is for the tongue.
Carefully, Marisol.
Your word.
That's fine. I like it.
Axe charges. Cut and run. Fight if you can. Come to battle.
I have no,
That doesn't matter.
Axe, use your bones.
Oh, too
Nice.
beastly.
Yeah,
Too beastly. Am I gonna get yanked? Because I'm super low.
Where's the tango?
Thanks.
I'm gonna
Spectre's
get a
back.
for you, too. Careful.
I'm gonna die in a second. Oh, I'm actually just gonna TP out. Actually, am I? If he is coming, I'm TPing. If he's not, then I'm gonna fuck around.
Need killing.
Let me get out of here. Nice clarities. Well played.
Oh yeah.
To the enemy.
Oh fuck, they're here.
Axe is not ready.
Wait a minute.
To me. Fight if you can.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm dead. I'm
We're
dead.
stuck to save
I'm
them.
dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm
Wait,
dead.
save
I'm
them.
dead.
We're
I'm
stuck
dead.
there.
Oh, nice try, Witch Doctor.
Oh
Ah, damn it.
Aw, Dad.
no. No TP, no
Way
grenade.
too many.
Ah, damn it. So before I died, I actually almost had enough money for Blink Dagger / Blade Mail. At 12 minutes.
Axe is back.
What did I just buy 2 of?
Axe rise.
Ah, whatever.
Forward. Show your worth. Come and get it.
Can I get a spin? Jesus fucking Christ.
Axe runs.
Oh.
Enemies need kill. Ooh.
Yo, WV, I'm just playing Dota 2, man. Yeah, you want some of this? Yeah, you want some of that? Yeah, you want some more? You want some more of that?
Good day to fight. Show your worth. Denied.
Oh my god, I missed!
Fight if you can. Cut
You want one TA or take the mid?
Sorry, say that again?
You want a 1v1 the TA or take the mid?
Rest
Oh, we can do both.
Sure.
The enemy's bottom
Sorry.
tower
It's
has
fine.
fallen.
forward.
Dire's structures are fortified.
To the enemy. Axe takes your boy. Axe goes. To battle.
Fuck, you got my clarity!
To battle.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Let's see what the power rune is.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, illusion for axe is great.
Yeah.
Axe run. Axe has gone 3
Wanna kill a
blades.
Spectre?
Sure, I'm gonna run to the shop to buy Blink Dagger first. Oh, 15 minutes are almost up as well.
They might have a ward here, I don't know.
Don't worry, precious axe. Blink dagger does not come to chop.
Oh, he's just hiding. He's like up there. Oh, I'm running towards you. Keep chasing.
Axe goes.
Oh, he's hella scared, dude. He used haunt just to get away from us.
To the enemy.
Desperate times.
Good day to fight. Into war's teeth. Enemies need killing.
Spectre's jungling.
Enemies need killing.
I need help.
He needs help too.
Taste my blade. It is not yet time. Fight if you can.
Oh fuck, he's strong. Oh he has Desolator. Oh man. I have a Salve and Blink Digger there.
Yax's edge is keen again.
Better than a Brutus.
Into war's teeth. Axe run. To the enemy.
Earthshaker has Blink now.
To battle. Get some. Prove yourself. Axe charging. Cut and run.
Cool, Sky. I have no grave.
Oh fuck!
Oh shit, there you go.
Oh my god, that heals great, dude. Thanks.
It is not yet time.
Alright, I'll get grave next.
Alright. Sure, man.
And his name is John C.
Level 4 heal.
Kill Spectre, kill Spectre. Nice job.
Well played.
Good day to fight.
Easy earn charges.
Not yet. To battle.
Kill this guy.
Prove yourself.
What the f?
Rest is for the dead.
I'm not even gonna do it. Spectre. Oh, we can.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
going
it's
the
right
wrong
here.
way.
Yeah, mana boots?
Forward.
Nope.
He's dead anyway, so.
Good day to fight.
Hook me up. Hey, that's so dangerous for you to just stand there like that. I'm gonna go finish my blade mill.
To the enemy. Shadowing. Axe charges. Blade mail. It is not yet
That Tinger totally. Oh, nice. Cool. Get out of there.
Cut and
Get out of there.
Fucking invisible piece of shit.
Axe is here.
Oh, I killed him anyways. What a sucker.
a slice of the action.
Oh,
no.
I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you. Guy has so much. Careful.
I'm gonna die.
It is not yet time. Come and get it.
Fucking how many fucking rainbows does this bitch have?
I'll take that.
Can't wait to get that 3 mana regeneration. It's gonna be great.
Is mine.
I need something that gives me armor. Shivas?
I got your armor. No problem.
What about second armor?
Okay, I'll get floor. I'll get
I might actually just get AC. Kill, kill, kill.
Cut and run. Axe will cut you like cordwood. Show your worth.
I want the Earthshaker actually.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fight if you
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
your life on prove yourself.
This hero's full mana intensive actually. You pussy? You pussy? You pussy? You pussy?
To battle.
I said that in game chat, right?
Soldier of fortune. Enemies need killing.
Oh no. Oh, okay. Nobody look at me.
Oh, you need help getting down, Axe?
Yeah, you got a quelling blade or some tangos for me? Okay, I'm extra sneaky right here. No one will ever suspect. Hey, Skywrath, let's kill. Skywrath, let's kill.
Good day to fight.
Almost got that KS.
Here comes the axe.
Oh shit.
Cut and run. Come to axe. Fight if you can. Not yet. Show your worth. It is not yet.
Holy shit.
Can we take down that fucking ward? Holy shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we just like fought out under their
Magnitude.
How did I blink after Haunt? I think the Haunt spirit was not close enough to me, and I used face boots to run away, and then I just started running at TA, and then I killed TA. Alright, well, we almost have AC. I don't know if it was worth it for me for Templar Assassin. I'm like more farmed and higher level than she is. You're welcome, Raj. Thank you. Can you go on him, Skywrath? Oh, Jesus.
Rest is for the dead. To me. Axe brings the axe.
Thanks, Ram Danny.
To the enemy.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Axe charges.
Yeah, I'm down for a smoke. Enchantress somewhere in here.
Enemies need killing.
Oh, I want the Enchantress.
Axe is not ready. Good day to fight.
Focus the good dude.
Kill.
It is not yet time. To battle.
Where is Tia? Who might smoke popped?
Axe run. Into war.
Nice.
You can't use wrong. Axe go.
Oh no.
Wow.
Axe is not ready.
What a man.
Cut and run. Wet my blade.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Axe run. Axe is under attack. Good day to fight.
Take care. Rainbow bitches. I'm gonna run at us in a second.
Dire structures are fortified.
Rises and right. Axe trades in death. Axe says thank you.
Yo, Ursh, the cow's back. Oh shit, I gotta get out of here. Oh man. Oh dude.
Back up.
Thank you.
To the enemy.
Easy level 4 grid.
Enemies need killing. Double damage. To battle.
We killing still?
Oh man. Oh, just too short.
Into war's teeth.
We have vision up there.
Who had vision where?
Forward.
Right here somewhere.
Okay. It looked like I was gonna blink and get him, right, guys? It looked like it.
Good day to fight. Attack.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fight if you can. Axe attacks. Axe charges. To battle. Not yet.
Yeah, if you don't click on the exact max range of blink, then it actually blinks like something like 80% of the blink. It's actually kind of ridiculous and very high skill kept though. I might be able to catch this guy.
Axe is not ready. Get some.
Kill Janderson.
Cut and run.
Okay. Skywrath?
Axe goes.
It's a dead panther.
I don't know, Hurricane Pike looks like.
Not yet. Rest is for the dead.
I'm waiting for this guy.
Axe run.
Yo, I'm gonna jump him, Hell yeah.
Nice.
Rest is for the dead.
Oh man.
Enemies need killing.
Who's the target? Who's the target? Oh, you're the target.
It is not yet time. Axe go.
Get back, Rainbow bitch gonna kill you.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
There.
Axe is not ready. Forward. Not yet. A slice of the apple. I'll take that. Axe runs. Assault Kiras.
It's mine.
I got AC. I got it, Shamu. I got it.
Good day to fight. Axe is not ready. Here comes the axe. To battle.
I should have taken the other talent. Nah.
Into war. To me. Show your worth. Not yet.
Nah, I'm happy with this talent.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Look at this Axe one versus Rax.
Axe charges.
Shiva's next. I don't know if I need the armor.
Axe go. It is not yet time.
Hey, Enchantress!
Oh shit.
Axe is not ready.
What the fuck? This fucking cow.
It is not yet time.
Oh, my Berserker's Call is 1 second. Mjolnir? I feel like Mjolnir's right here. I mean, Mjolnir. Vessel? You want me to buy a vessel? Is that what you're saying, Sai? So if a javelin hits somebody, it does its... Oh wait, never mind, it doesn't do physical damage anymore. Never mind. Vessel against Spectre? Okay, first of all, Spectre doesn't have a heart yet. Alright? Second of all, I can break Earthshaker's Blink with my W, so why should I devote a whole item slot to that?
Axe charges. Soldier of fortune. Forward. Into war's teeth.
Oh, he does have a heart. Oh, my mistake.
Axe run.
Well, either way, I can stop it with Battle Hunger, so...
Rescues for the dead. Cut and run. Enemies need killing.
What the fuck, you fucking cow?
Axe trades in death. To battle. Taste my blade. Rest is for the dead. Forward.
You fucking shit! Good! Where are you, you fucking cow? Huh? Huh? Earthshaker? Where's Airshake? I can't see shit.
Into war, show your worth. It is not yet time. To the enemy.
Enemy's middle barracks.
Oh god.
Axe is not ready.
Oh yeah.
Fells you. Gold for steel.
Hey man,
Enemy's
did you have an answer to the question yet?
The enemy's
And I know you don't like my question, cause you know. But I know you don't have an answer. So just be good next time, okay? Thanks. This guy keeps stirring shit, guys.
structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
A slice of the actor.
The enemy's middle tower.
Alright, are we playing some more party games?
Axe brings the axe.
Oh yeah.
I'm down.
Fuck yeah!
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
It's almost lunch, so we might as
Might as well.
Here comes the axe.
Radiant
Aw.
Dun 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 dun.
So the timer that we missed, that was basically useless.
Whoa, whoa, what are you talking about? It was not useless.
Oh, well.
Did you see how interested people were in it? Oh yeah, I should report
You
Whisper.
debated them.
Yeah. Those suckers are so interested in absolutely nothing in the end. This guy is a rage quitter.
Actually, it happened, but nobody knows.
To be fair, he wasn't in their party.
Oh, that is true.
He might have been getting bullied.
That is also very true.
You might have reported the guy that got bullied and left because he couldn't take it anymore and went to cry.
Hypothetically, if that were true, then he would be the victim. However, if he wasn't bullied and he was just a rage quitter, then he's still a rage quitter, and he could have just muted them, you know, so I don't think his actions were right.
I also think, though, from an IO's perspective, losing a lane with a Spectre kind of sucks.
Yeah,
Isn't
that's
IO
grasping at straws.
Isn't IO Spectre one of the hardest lanes? I mean, for them.
Yeah.
What do you mean hardest lane?
I mean,
think it's
isn't it a hard lane for them because they are so squishy, both of them, and they
right.
basically cannot do
Okay.
much in the early game.
It's really hard for the IO to make the Spectre succeed. I would really prefer a stronger carry or a stronger early carry.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, IO picked first, right? And actually, I think he had a lot of games with IO. He was in front when the game started, and he had like 500 or something, or even more games with IO. And a decent win rate, so I'm guessing he's okay with IO.
I think for IO Spectre to work, they actually need a tri-lane.
Earthshaker did come top in the end, right? That was
Yeah, there was
already
4
too
top.
late.
Not in time, though. Like, it was too late.
Yeah.
What was Spectre's ability build? Let's have a look. It doesn't matter what his build is.
Your turn to ban.
You know what, man? You're right. Sorry about that.
5 seconds.
But at the same time, when someone makes a ridiculous suggestion, I am an entertainer and a streamer. So sometimes you gotta break some eggs to make an omelet, am I right? How do you think pro player IO would have counters your axe? You're asking the wrong person because I don't play IO.
I think if it were GH, he just wouldn't have picked IO there.
Don't everyone pick your lanes at once.
Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Johnny D. Yeah, Gustavo, that's a little intrusive, man. You're probably like, what, 16 years old? 17? Probably insult others using the word virgin, but, you know, once you hit 30 years old, people don't really care.
5 seconds.
Actually, the question is, do you think anyone in this stream will not like to make out with me? There are a lot of guys that will like that. But it's not going to happen, guys. I just realized I actually wanted to play Sand King. And I forgot and I picked because the time was going.
Tell you what, you pick Sand King and I'll take Lion. How's that? You want to do that?
Yeah, sure.
I'm such a gentleman, aren't I?
Thank you.
We're going mid-line, boys! And girls.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Alright, so I am okay with mid-line. But I cap out in the late game with Lion. Just saying. Just saying.
I need to finish this fast.
But we do have Wraithing, so it should not be too bad.
Puck? Bloodseeker? I don't know.
How about Chen?
No. We're gonna lose.
Alright. How about Beastmaster? How about Meepo? Ricky? Zeus? Oh wait, no, Zeus is banned. Fuck. Techies! Techies!
He always bans Zeus.
Yeah, just start banning Pudge now, but...
Yeah, I forgot
great
to ban
ban.
Pudge as well.
The pick is Bloodseeker.
Honestly, part of the reason I banned Zeus is because it's the least mouse travel. It's easy to click Zeus ban so fast.
That's a whole new level of lazy. I need Tangus and Woods. Tangus. What is my win rate?
There you go.
Something really ridiculously high. 750 matches, 491 wins. That's not that ridiculous.
loose, and I hold the pieces. Oh,
Trust me, guys. New meta.
Prepare for battle.
New meta. So yeah, I think it's like 64, 63%.
onward.
Alright, here we go. Minus first item. Right now we get then we get brand boots. Oh no, do we want bottle? But I can sucky suck. So if I can sucky suck, do I still want bottle?
If we were next level, we'd buy you a bottle.
Oh.
Oh.
Get on that level.
Okay, I'm going to jungle and buy you a bottle.
Okay, thanks.
30
I want to see
seconds
this
to
actually.
Uh-oh. Called out. Actually, Sand King is a great jungler.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm going to jungle and get you a bottle.
Thank you for the precise statistics, Daraj.
Yes.
What you talking about, Nai?
Yes.
The battle begins.
Time for strong.
Oh my
I
god.
fucking missed? You Okay, there we go. There we go.
Who's that blood rage?
Nice. Somebody get the other rune. Don't be like last game.
Oh, let's leave it there. We'll leave it fine.
I think my win rate is like 49% from not playing enough. No, Johan, all I hear is excuses, man. You know what? For your 100th hour of watching my stream, I'm thinking about taking away your free hero.
I grow like the devil.
Boop.
Oh, yes.
Oh, fuck.
Feel my claw.
Yeah, you can see Magnus or Earth Spirit for donation. Would you like to make donation? Would you like to sucky?
Oh, hell yes.
I'll play Magnus or Spirit for a donation.
Okay, there you go.
I mean for that combo. We're gonna do both. Careful, Sand King.
Oh shit.
Jesus Christ. What's the cooldown on Tidebringer? 13? Oh,
You can
God,
actually
that's
just
huge.
jungle if you want. Same thing.
Yeah, I already
Alright, he
took
used
the stun,
Tidebringer.
so I was waiting to get leveled.
Yes. Why not?
Sucker.
Let's go jungle. Oh, you're level 1. Let's see.
You will pay. Power pours into me.
Careful, you got a lot of stats.
This guy doesn't kunka.
I have that today.
Or maybe he does kunka, but he sucks at kunka. A little bit.
Prowling.
Yep.
Battle rages.
There you go.
Oh! Fuck! Finally got hit.
Yes. Why not?
Seriously debating a second level man. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just get mana drain too.
Yes.
Oh fuck! He's got a DD. And he didn't even cast his shit. He faked it. Oh god. Oh god, that hurts. Am I dead? Am I just dead? Okay, remember when I said he sucked? He still sucks!
Your middle tower is under
No matter for you.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh god.
Hand it over. Onward.
Fuck you, Kunkka. Fuck you.
Forward.
Oh my god. Oh god. My thing is too short, guys.
Your what's too short?
My earth and spike. Yes.
Yeah.
That one.
What are you guys trying to say? Kunkka bottom getting ruined. Careful bottom. Kunkka's bottom.
Forward.
What the? Okay, bitch. You know what? Go ahead. Say goodbye to your mana.
To hell.
Say goodbye to my HP. Oh. 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 Fuck you. Fuck you.
Money change denied.
Kunkka's so annoying to lane against, not gonna lie. You know, once I hit 6, I'm gonna finger this bitch. Is he 6? He's 6? Oh, shit. We have to suck him hard then. As he's gonna combo my lion butt. Ooh, that's scary.
So do you want that bottle?
Yeah, sure, why not? Did he try to cast a spell just now?
Oh, yes. Verily. Yes.
Can someone grab bottom rune? Please grab this rune, somebody. Lich. Oh god, they're not gonna listen, are they?
To hell and back.
Dude, he's gonna be fucking invisible or some shit. Alright, the real one is the one on the right.
I grow like the devil.
Oh jeez, I got hit again.
Oh, hell yes.
Fuck this guy. And fuck his hero. Don't worry guys, my Smurf account is pretty much 5k.
Onward.
But we make jokey builds on it, you know, so. What the? Oh no! Oh god! What an annoying hero. You know what? We might have to go to a different lane to finger a bitch.
Why not?
Did he just torrent? He did. You gonna come here and finger me, bitch?
Punch your ticket. Yes.
Whew, this lane is intense. My teammates are feeding.
Wow.
It's 2-7. Whose fault is that? Lulu Chance? 0-3? Okay.
I'm not dying to them. I'm just dying to creeps.
Great. Feeding the creeps.
Oh my god, I forgot to take the
Wow, Lulu.
Let's kill mid.
Okay.
Onward. Double damage. To hell.
That's actually amazing.
Back.
Oh, they're all bottom. Only go bottom.
Okay.
Maybe.
Cower.
I'm gonna have this Midas soon. Oh shit, is he a mana?
You're getting Midas?
Sure am.
Your top tower is under attack.
Holy shit! Wow, the very tippy tip. That's it. I'm angry. I need to finger somebody right now.
Your top tower is under attack.
You want to go top line or should I go top?
I can go top.
What else can we
Motherfucker.
Why not?
By the way, I think they have a word there.
Die at my
Go finger Lena. I was gonna finger Dark Willow. But I don't know now.
You got that heal too. The tanking is hilarious.
We almost have Midas though. 10-minute runes?
yes.
There you go.
Oh my.
God damn it! Can I have that haste, please? Please.
And his name is John Cena.
What the fuck? John Cena for what? Come on, man. You gotta use sound effects appropriately. Ah, Jesus.
Growling.
No, Kunka, no. Oh yeah. You know, wait until something actually happens, then use it, okay, bud? That's fine.
I don't know after though.
No, he's really strong.
I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna save it.
Thank you.
Walk away. Just walk away. Yeah, see, 2 ults used. Easy.
Oh, the Kukar isn't an ult though.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's okay, Boomerang. You live and you learn, right?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. Yes. To hell.
I'm gonna wait until he's cocky again, then I'm gonna
Okay. He wants myself. Oh, he can TP. Oh shit. Or can he? Oh fuck, he's so strong. And I didn't suck long enough. My bad. I still haven't fingered anyone yet. Fuck, there's a guy here. Invisible fucking bird.
Straight to the bottom with you.
Damn it. Okay, I'll finger this girl right here. I need to finger somebody so bad.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, I'm not even gonna be able to TP in time. Stop her! Stop her!
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Lit sheep. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah.
I've been to hell and back to hell.
By the way, I'm not lit.
Yeah, alright.
That was hot.
Oh, I'm gonna finger her.
We'll play the same thing.
Power pours into me.
Thank you. Fingered her good.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Lina on top.
Why not?
This build seems very very clowny, but it'll come to fruition soon, guys.
Your middle
Just be
tower
patient.
has fallen.
That devil to bed.
Oh shit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Is that a Shadow Blade?
Go like the devil.
You mean me? Oh, yeah, man, of course.
After them. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Nakalaka.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Where's the fight? I'll put this by. Money changes hands.
Holy
Oh
shit.
fuck!
that Lina-
I actually I canceled my TP. Oops. Fuck! Why did I press that one? I think I got too excited.
Attack!
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Prowling.
That is interesting. Wraithen, can you come here, please? Oh, never mind. He just fucked off.
Battle rages. Verily.
Oh, it's a switch.
Yes. To hell and back. I've got a power grip. I grow like the devil.
Alright, I got a TP for real this time. Am I?
Your middle tower is under attack.
I grow like the devil. Hand it over.
Oh, there's nobody at the wave. What is this?
Yes. To hell.
See you later. Just fucking detection here, dude. Oh, that is really sad.
Yes.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, Jesus. No! My fucking
Oh, that lich is so dead.
Dire structures.
Holy, 4 in the fucking jungle? Nah, let's get Boots Travel first.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, damn it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I used Shadow Blade first, accidentally. Go Sand King, go Sand King, go Sand King!
Your middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
That was pretty decent play.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Blue only fingers Lena because she's hot. Hey.
Oh yes.
You're absolutely right.
You gotta kill us, Lena.
Wanna kill Lena?
Verily.
Fail to.
Alright. Our buddies are coming.
Let's TP'd.
Oh yes. I'm under attack.
Good.
Onward.
You guys got it.
Thanks, buddy. Oh, that was such a nice coordination.
Whoa. Somebody's hit it too long.
Why not?
I went the wrong way.
Yeah, you did.
The twins.
I have mana, dude. I don't have mana for my fucking abilities. I use Shadow Blade.
Grab it.
Die at my.
I think Slark's the only threat this game. What do you think about a Heaven's Halberd?
Wait, let me initiate for a second. Don't scare her. Run, go.
It's just fucking. All you needed was fucking Blood Rage, and that's it.
Yeah,
He's
you're
already dead.
alright. I don't know why I played that so cautiously and efficiently.
Your top tower is under attack.
Heaven's Halberd?
Oh, I'm dead.
Your top
Fucking
tower
Phoenix.
is under attack.
Did you give me an answer, by the way? I keep
No,
missing it.
I'm thinking about your item build. Team Mjolnir BKB is really good.
No.
Cause like, I mean, you can stop the disarm for like 3 seconds and it's okay. I'm not sure if it's that valuable though. I think if you go like Mjolnir Abyssal, you can perma stun them.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your
So
bottom
sure they get a
tower
BKB
has
first
fallen.
then, right?
Your top tower is
That's a
under
solid
attack.
maybe.
Yes.
Lena? Anyone for Lena?
I'm going.
Your top
Oh, she saw
tower
me.
has fallen.
Do it. I'm good.
Yo, I actually don't have my ultimate. Wait, wait. There we go, now I got it. They're coming for us. The British are coming. Yo, man, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here in just a second. Yo, I'm getting the fuck out of here right now.
Is under attack.
I'm fucking.
Get back,
Well, they can
Mitch.
see you. What the fuck?
Why not?
Gotta lose these creeps.
I'll put the squeeze on you.
Stream PUBG, that would be better. Do you go to McDonald's and then you tell them, hey, you should make Burger King burgers, those are better.
Sure.
Alright.
After them. Forward.
Almost 18. Miss Slark's like running around. Okay, there he is.
Oh yes.
Oh, Lena's here. Shadow Blade is 14 seconds. And I am basically good to use it.
Oh, almost got that. Let's kill Lena.
Yeah, let's do it.
That devil defeated.
Oh fuck! The essence shift took my mana and I couldn't finger. Oh man, that's a train wreck right there.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's so sad. I need more mana pool.
Whoa, what's this? Evil red stuff on that hero. So we said Mjolnir before BKB?
Mjolnir, if you wanna not fight them and farm more quickly to invest in yourself.
Yeah,
BKB if you plan on fighting.
My rage returns me to the living.
Oh shit, fucking bitch, Lena.
Verily.
Dire's courier
That's worth it more than Lena's life.
Oh, hell yes. To hell and
One more creep.
to hell.
Fucking slurk. Slurkity slurk. Where is Slurk? Where is Slurk? Oh, there he is. He hasn't bought his own dust yet, so that we got that going for us. Holy shit, that witch ult, so good. Oh man. Oh, raping him ult? Holy fucking shit! Are you serious? I hit him with a fucking.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. No mana, no mana, no mana, no mana, no mana. Fight! Chase him!
I'm going.
There
Oh,
you
look at
go.
that shit.
Nice, 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 nice.
Pretty sure I cast Blood Rage like
Yes.
after you cast your spike before it landed.
That's sick, man. Good premonition.
I got so many
Premonition.
levels of that.
Yes.
Okay, we got X. Now get E-Blade.
Not yet. It's not time yet. Yes.
I think we got the same problem as last game where we don't have any tier 1s.
Yeah,
Oh, hell
I do. Yo, if we see someone, you blood rage me. That's the most important thing, okay?
Yeah, I agree.
forward.
Nice.
Got him.
Lionize me.
Somebody will come. Maybe even Slark, if we're lucky. Watch Lena's movement. She's gonna move down. Oh, maybe she is. Maybe she's not.
You're not gonna do it.
Yeah, she's scared. She saw me finger earlier.
Yes.
I think we should do a smoke or something.
I think you should farm, and when you get BKB, we can wreck these kids. Oh, blood rage me. Never mind.
I already TP'd.
Yes.
Dun 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 dun. Fuck.
Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Oh yes.
Oh fuck, look at that Bloodseeker. Nope, I'm not going in there.
Your body was
Oh, god damn it.
Onward.
Dire's structures.
I thought you guys were
Slug,
fighting
keep you
them
back.
off.
Yes.
Anybody mid? Anybody mid? Quick, 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 quick.
Like the devil.
Your
Anybody?
middle tower is under attack.
Got him.
Got him.
Nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay. I was getting chased for ages there.
To hell.
I feel like I'm too slow. Like I don't have Yasha. Or any.
I don't know. I don't know. I think they just need to be low HP, and then you're gonna be a
I
risk
don't know if
player.
you saw that, but Slark was chasing me for a solid minute.
I did not.
Forward.
Kill him.
God, this is great. Lion mid game is great.
Punch your ticket. Why not?
Okay, man. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
I'm coming to Dark Willow.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Forward.
Oh, you know what would have been genius is if I blade mailed into the brambles.
Oh yeah.
Prowling.
Oh yeah. Dude, bitch is gonna die.
There's Slark coming up here.
From where?
Come in top.
Okay.
Oh hell.
No, I'm gonna head over. I got an E-blade for this bitch Slark.
I go like the devil.
Yo man, we don't have team up here. Not a big team.
Some guy's slowly coming.
Oh shit. Oh, I should have hexed or something.
Nice, well played.
Nice. Hi, buddy. Oh, he doesn't have Vault. Oh shit.
Nice E-blade. Man, it's a shame Lich doesn't have eggs there. That would have killed them all.
Yeah, that's a great ult.
They should kept bouncing.
Oh yes.
Oh, jeez, damn it. More mana.
Good job, Sand King. Easy tier 1, 33 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
Why not? Prowling. My pride. Your fall.
Oh, Slark. Slark's still dead. He dead. Slark dead.
Double damage.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Oh shit, oh mana, dude. Oh, fucking
Holy
Slark.
shit.
Oh, Slark just came back up.
Oh shit.
Oh man.
Oh damn.
I'm glad I wasn't there.
Yeah. I need some kind of item to deal with all their bullshit. Let's see how many item slots do I have left. I have 1, 2 item slots left. That kill was satisfying, wasn't it, Pambry? Love it every time. Okay, let's see what items they're making. Because if they build Lincolns... Actually, it doesn't matter if they build Lincolns. Because I can pop it with Mana Drain. What matters is if they build Eon Disc. Oh, you don't have TP Scroll. I was wondering if you're gonna get that bounty rune. Pussy! Pussy! Yeah, I'm debating BKB, or maybe even Force Staff. I don't know. Slark's chasing you from this direction. Oh, oh, oh my God! He's gonna, yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh man.
Oh shit.
Can I just not get hunted down by a Slark for like 5 minutes? That'd be kind of.
Nature of Slark games.
I don't fear hell.
I decided the item I'm buying this. Alright, let's go like this.
Hell and back.
This fucking bitch. Kill a Slark.
Oh hell yes. Oh,
Like he just kept following me. Like my BKB was down because he just jumped me less than a minute ago.
I think you were fine until you went back to Midas.
And then he jumps me again. Well, you didn't say he was close. You just said he was coming.
Well, he did walk all the way
Yeah,
from
you're
top.
right.
I know he did. I thought he was still top.
Your bottom tower
Like if he
is
was
under
up here, which is where I thought he was based on
Can we
his
fight- can we
description, I
defend,
thought
guys?
this was
Come
no
on.
problem.
Oh yes.
Oh shit, dude. Ah, no. Oh, dude, that Kunk is alive. That's amazing.
I go like the
The stream sniper? No, Slark saw me for a half second when he walked by. Ah, damn
If I
it.
can catch that, we will. I'm gonna do it. Watch this shit.
forward.
I'm coming with a finger.
To hell and back.
Oh my god.
I don't want to get hit by Slark, dude.
Oh, I can see you.
Yes.
Yeah, last time I lost mana, I can't even cast my abilities. Oh, Slark already gave up.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, no, he fucked off. He fucked right off.
Oh hell yes.
the enemy's middle tower.
I know this is a great build, isn't it?
Are we pushing still?
Got him.
Who used that? Same thing? Not
No.
It's too late now. Now you're dead. There we go. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Well played, Slurk. Or, Lion.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh, your ultimate.
Is that a Willow eggs?
To hell.
Yes. Yo, let's kill some more bitches. Oh yeah, we're doing this. Oh, what the fuck? Come back. Come back, damn it.
For the dead.
God damn it.
Prowling.
God damn it. Where's my food?
Oh, hell yes.
Wait, don't scare him. Don't scare him.
Yes. To the secret shop. Verily.
You fucking know or some shit.
You can bump that number up.
Oh yeah, these are rookie numbers.
Where's the fight?
Okay, it's like still dead.
I'm like, flip this around. 31.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Careful, Slark's almost up. It's dangerous, you know. Got Octarine Core, is that good? That good item? That good item? I don't know.
Why not?
But I have it now. Oh yeah.
I'll put the scorner.
My thing is no longer short.
Where's Slurk?
Look, I'm matting now that I have Axe.
Forward.
Oh shit, I love Axe on tanking.
Oh yeah, it makes it nice and long.
Oh yeah, I like it long.
I know.
Why not?
Oh god, where's my food?
Who are you hunting for, Mr. Lion?
Anything I can kill. Anybody who comes to the bottom lane is gonna get fucked!
He's a little fucked.
Oh shit, Lich is just... God damn it, man, they're just fucking... They're so scared of this lane. I should go top.
Dire's
There's
structures
four mid.
are fortified.
You're getting this tier 2 though.
Yes. Yes.
Holy shit,
Oh no,
Sanking is
man,
just
they only killed all my creeps.
Oh, I'm dead.
Yo man, this area is so heavily warded. Like...
I
They're
know,
gonna-
but I got a Midas. You don't understand.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, you're right.
It's worth it every time.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, Slark got Lincoln's thinking that will save him, dude. Oh, I have another slot left, right? I forgot about that. Man, the food hasn't come down here in years. I feel like this is the beginning of the Lion King.
Food?
There is no more food left. There's nothing at Pride Rock.
This just
If
feels
the
like my
food-
everyday.
If the food doesn't come to you, then you go to the food. Why are you talking?
Alright. Alright, you're right. You guys are absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, what is my next item after this anyways? It's a great question, guys. Like, I don't think they've seen me on the map for years now. They should be scared. That's good. They're hesitating because they haven't seen me. I could just be AFK in Fountain for all they know. Is he doing Roshan? Oh, fuck.
Yes.
Get him. Holy shit, we need to finish that shit.
Why not?
I'm coming.
Yo. Ah, dude.
Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. Put a gem there.
Yo, go back in Roshan, go back in Roshan, go back in Roshan. Oh fuck, it was an illusion.
Slark's in there.
Oh damn, I cannot beat him.
What the? God damn it!
Not yet. To hell and back. Unstoppable. My pride. That devil to pay.
I'm going on this.
So dead.
Nice. Oh, he angry. Maybe not.
Let's fight, Lion.
Yeah, I gotta suck, man. I need me some juices. Go high ground. God damn it. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Alright boys, I'm coming.
How are you not here yet, Lion? What the fuck?
I'm sucking, I'm sucking. Oh jeez.
Well, good job with that suck.
For the dead.
Roshan has fallen to the ring.
Why not?
I think that was terrible coordination there. We should not
Hey,
say to go
alright.
high ground when Lion's not high ground. Rook was a better plan there.
Prowling. Yes. Coward. Invisibility.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
I feel like the devil.
Where's your bloodstone, Lion?
I don't know if I should get it. I don't think I get it. Cause like I actually have to suck. There's no way. I don't think there's any way of getting out of sucking.
I think we should play around your sucking more.
Yes, we should.
I go like the devil.
Hey, Sankey, you need to get back.
They're bottom. We should go bottom.
Your bottom tower
Oh, that's legit.
is attack.
like
Radiant
legit bottom, yeah.
structures are the enemy's top tower is falling.
Really fast.
Can I fucking? Oh no, it's E-Blade, dude. Oh, they're dead. They're dead.
Oh, Kuka killed himself with his torrent on my blade mill. That's pretty cool.
Now I have this, and we will get this, and then we will get.
You go mid.
I'll see you top.
Oh hell yes.
Roshan is dead.
Oh man, I have so many items, dude. I just don't even know what to.
Attack! I'm under attack! Where's the fight?
Fuck is this guy?
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
The enemy's middle barracks.
Oh, we're not
You want
bad.
that?
Come on, guys. This It's not that hard.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Got him. More free items.
The enemy's top barracks has
GG guys, hope you guys enjoyed the game.
GG.
Nice.
This game was a disaster, dude. Thank you! Thank you!
Can't believe we won that draft.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a monkey business kind of game. Oh, what are my stats? 18 finger charges. How much finger damage is that? So 40 times 18 is 720 plus... Plus 1025, so that's 1,745 finger damage, plus the E-plate, which is another 40%. Oh, get me out of here. I'm done calculating. Are we playing more games, guys?
Fine.
I wanna play.
Fuck it, let's do it. Yeah, what is 1725? Was it 1725 times 1.4? So that is 23, 2400 damage. Oh, damn, that's a strong finger. Woo. Guys, I can't even play rank even if I wanted to. First of all, this account doesn't have a phone number attached to it. Second of all, I believe my MMR is actually too high for these guys. So yeah. Sorry guys, party is closed. Alright, what hero are we playing next?
I'm debating playing Vengeful Spirit since I haven't played her in a long time.
She's kind of boring hero. I play her tons.
It depends on the game. I feel like sometimes I have so much fun with her, but sometimes she's so boring. But I know you guys will make the game fun for me, so it's okay.
Aww. Omni, Storm, Earth Spirit, Huskar, Ember Spirit Dunks, Ember Spirit Dunks versus Bone Fletcher, specifically the Bone Fletcher, Night Stalker, Mars. What is my weakest? The weakest muscle in my body? Definitely not my penis. I skipped leg day, so maybe my legs... Oh wait, no, the legs are still the strongest muscle in the human body. Even if you probably skip leg day. I don't know. I work out my entire body, so I'm pretty balanced out. But if I had to say the muscle that I worked out the least... Maybe my pecs. Need to do more bench press. The tongue? No, if I remember right, the tongue is actually one of the strongest muscles in the human body because it is a single muscle, is it not? Or is it the opposite? Game started? Hey, we're good. Whoa, whoa, that guy just said not tiny, weakest hero. Holy shit. What a burn.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, my pecs are kind of tiny, not gonna lie.
Your turn to pick.
I think we play some Earth Shaker, guys. Specifically, Crit Shaker. We're gonna jump around with eggs. It's gonna be fun. I might even buy Battle Fury. I used to buy Battle Fury on that shit, and it just makes you farm so fast. Like you cast Enchant Totem, and you clear out entire waves with a single right click. It's awesome. It's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. In fact, you can even use the sound effect like this, Andrej. Try it like this.
Do it! Just do it!
There you go.
Your turn to
Bam.
pick. Your turn to pick.
You heard Battle Fury and Divine Reaper can't lose? You should tell that to Team Liquid in TI9 finals. But really, guys, no one buys Battle Fury on Earthshaker because they're not greedy.
Just
Be right back.
do it!
They're not greedy. Usually people just get eggs and then they start fighting right away, and then, I don't know, they get BKBs and some shit. But if you go Battle Fury, that's like you know what? I want to be a total badass this game, but I'm gonna screw my team in the early game. That's what happens when you buy Battle Fury. That's the truth. Battle Fury is the classic Dota strategy. Actually, that's true for every melee. Blue play Warlock mid. Oh, buddy, what do you want me to do? Get in a time machine?
Your turn to pick.
See you later, Pambry.
Swap.
Wait, what'd you say?
You can swap.
No! That function doesn't exist. They're not Liquid anymore. Liquid didn't get the armlet. Hey, best item. The stapedius is the weakest muscle in the body. The stapedius dampens the vibrations of the stapes.
Your turn to pick.
Stapes? A small syrup-shaped bone in the middle ear, transmitting vibrations from incus to the inner ear by pulling on the neck of that bone. Wow. You never get Battle Fury on Earthshaker? You should try it. Hey guys, we got a virgin over here. He's never gotten Battle Fury on Earthshaker. Okay. Wait a minute. Void, do you want bottom? Oh fuck, I don't want to lean against Gyrocopter. The Raj too intellectual? Nah, he just knows how to use Google too. I guarantee he didn't just pull that out of his ass. No, he Googled that shit, I guarantee it. Isn't that right, Devraj?
Oh, back just in time.
Welcome back. He's the doctor of Google. Yeah, how the fuck would you know that?
Grounded.
Boy, do you want bottom?
Oh, yes.
That's what he says. We may be safe lane, we may be off lane. Boy, do you want bottom?
Friends, this one is in the bag.
Stinker's making lots of demands already. Alright, we're playing off lane.
Here I come.
So if I'm playing against... Oh, Jero? What? Gyro, ugh.
Yes, indeed.
It's gonna be like a passive survival kind of lane.
So wait, am I coming top with you or am I going bottom with Void?
Go with wood.
Sure.
Sorry, what?
30
said go with Void.
seconds to battle.
Okay.
So So top is going to be an extremely passive kind of lane.
Passive?
Yeah. Like it's going to be Gyro Rubik or Shadow Demon. In either case, like we can't really do shit. Yeah, it's going to be Shadow Demon Gyro, so it's really do shit.
The battle begins.
Easy rune.
Time to shake things up and see where they settle.
Well, good thing I have regen. You okay, Oshie?
Yeah, fine. Unless he has disruption. Whatever. Oh, I'm stuck! I'm fucking stuck! Alright, don't worry, you get tons of experience. To be honest with you, I don't even know what I was thinking there. Actually, I just wasn't even thinking. Not gonna lie.
Let the earth quake.
Smoke weed every day.
Yeah, so that's the problem. Sometimes you just don't think. Happens to all of us, especially old people who are 31 years old.
Oh man, I missed the fucking... I impaled and still missed the...
Impale's hard to land.
Very good.
No, it's the CS though.
Oh, yeah, that's embarrassing then.
Yep.
Base and tremble.
Can't see the HP.
I got it.
Oh, he's pulling. He pulled. Can you click the this creep and drag it to left so he can't chain?
Onward.
Thank you. Just joking.
Forward.
What the fuck?
What? Just random.
You can stun him, I think. Stun him. Yeah, our kill potential kind of sucks dick, not gonna lie.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah,
For
getting some
now.
damage. Yeah.
You know, a couple levels of mana burn will be... I don't think I actually want Carapace at all, right?
I don't know.
What? That's so
Don't
weak.
worry, only hundreds of people saw that.
No, like those creeps for like fucking 2 HP. Should have been 2 CS, but...
Shake it and take it.
So the Shadow Demon should be
these guys are
pulling in
very
theory.
good.
Yeah, they're not playing to the potential of their lane for sure.
Yeah. So I think we can be more aggressive just based on them being bad.
Ah, what a waste of Fisher.
Base and tremble. Down go. I'm gonna pound you.
Nice counter pull,
Grab this.
Johnny.
Attack.
You're back.
No, Johnny's back.
Denied.
We're playing with fire. He's gonna fuck us up.
We got plenty of regen.
That. Very good.
Oh, it's Rubik Core?
The earth moves under my feet.
Good. More mana to burn.
Feel the earth move.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Covering ground.
I'm gonna block this small camp and then get the room.
Okay, that sounds great.
Yes.
I made the rune first.
Oh! You can grab both runes.
Yep.
Actually, I'll grab the bottom one.
Walk the camp.
Yes. And here I come.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Arms for the dead. Let's roll.
We can kill that guy.
Shake things up.
You going on this?
I don't know. You wanna back up? Here. Just back up. I'm good.
I'm sure you're all good.
Gyro doesn't use abilities.
Yeah, I know. Like, you're saying Gyro's so scary, but he's not doing anything.
Well, potentially scary.
First.
In theory.
Your middle tower is
okay?
under attack.
I'm good.
Forward. I'm under attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Shake it down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let the earth quake.
Can you mangle me? Mangle me? Oh shit. Never mind.
Let's roll.
Also,
Your middle tower is under
it's
attack.
not an awkward key, so no.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things, you know. It's hard to execute in the moment.
Your middle
Oh,
tower
shit.
is under attack.
Oh shit! Oh man.
I was gonna impale, but I'm like, yeah, you're gonna die anyway.
I'm gonna wait for your stun.
Base and tremble.
Gotta go.
He has his ultimate, maybe. Why me, you fuck?
You're fine.
Yeah, these guys are actually pretty low on mana.
Your middle tower is under
We can
attack.
kill them.
No, we can't. Get up. Get up. Get up.
Radiant
Don't do it.
structures
Don't do it.
are fortified.
We can't do it.
Alright, I'm backing off.
We can't do it. We can't do it.
Oh, he's still chasing me.
That's fine.
Yes, indeed.
That's fine.
Yeah, he really doesn't have mana. Okay, I get this right.
Moving. Earth gate. Let's shake things up. Enchant.
That's why you cancel that attack animation.
Efficiency, you know?
I think you
It's
have
not much mana. I don't know.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Fisher. Ground power. Oh, yes.
I have another Fisher in a sec.
Oh
Oh
my
fuck, there's a
God.
Rubik here.
Shit.
Mother!
Four fucking
Oh
baseball.
no. Oh damn it.
My tinker is...
I arise as one. Onward.
It's kind of a rude comment, hey Johan?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hey, let's try it like this. Are you at least 185 centimeters tall and have a six-pack? Hold on, I'm trash talking again in my stream. Doesn't he have full mana? That's dangerous.
Did anyone understand why
He said blah 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 blah.
Let's shake things up.
Fucking piece of shit! Wow.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You know what it is, Johan? They think that they're being smart and clever.
Oh no, I was thinking...
Feel the earth move. Here I come.
Regen, dude. If you use regen, I can pop it. Yeah, you can.
If we can chrono both, I think we can kill them both.
Attack. Ground power. Shake it and take it.
Good kills.
Fucking hell, man.
Shake it. Dominating. Yes.
Oh, are you serious? You got another rocket for this guy? Oh, he died! He died second. Two fatties going at it. You know what? Maybe he did met bracers. And if he met bracers, then my bad. But he said braces.
Rubik's there. Let's go. Fuck.
Fisher. Let's shake things up.
Oh shit.
Yes.
I have a fisher for you in 7. Now you're dead.
Mega kill. Yes. Forward. Down we go.
Did I just see Fisher here, or did I imagine that?
Rubik top.
For the dead.
I'm in such a fucking dangerous spot right now.
Told you Rubik's top.
I know, but whatever. I'm out of here.
Time is money. Moving.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, yes.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, well, Lich, what are you doing? Lich? Anybody?
Oh, I'm coming.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Good job.
Yes, indeed. Shake. Covering ground.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, you dead.
Oh, I thought I would take one. Oh, I didn't kill him. Haha. Died with
Nice. No, that was actually an unintentionally great play by you.
Here I come.
Nice. I think there's one now. Woo! Nice. Yo, I just got my battle fear from the series of fights.
Feel the earth move.
Calculated by Lulu. Yes, yes it was.
Attack.
Oh yeah, let the farming begin.
Down you go.
Oh yeah. Oh. 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 Power treads? No, let's not even get power treads. Straight eggs.
Here I come. Oh my. Ground pound.
Yeah, Yorick. You new to the game, bud?
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Okay.
Did you understand what he said?
Yes, indeed.
He said dap 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 dap.
I thought you actually understood what he said.
I did understood. Looking for this?
The earth moves. Oh, yes.
I don't want to fuck with that guy. Oh, oh, he fucking sees me, dude. Yeah, enjoy. Can you get around that tree? I don't think you can.
Enemy's middle tower.
It's fucking word over here. No wonder he's been all sketchy and shit.
Enchant. Yes. Tremble. Base and tremble.
Oh, there's Magnus over here.
Illusions.
Top looks pretty sketchy.
I'm coming, top.
Which tree do I cut, guys?
Tide is money.
Here I come. Shake it and take it.
He has Corona. Rubik has Corona.
Man, I wish I had my eggs, dude. It'd be great.
Very good.
You think I fucking did, bro? Alright? 7 armor. I don't fucking need move speed when I'm like a something that jumps around a lot like a frog.
It's not ready. The earth moves under my feet.
Dire structures are fortified.
Base and tremble.
As fast as egg you've seen, 22 minutes is fast. Damn! A player's named Vinit suck dick.
Has fallen.
What the?
The earth, I'm under attack. Yes, indeed.
This one's mine, Void. This one's mine. Did I just block myself?
Move it.
Yeah, that's true, guys. That's true. Fastest Battle Fury eggs ever.
See. Fisher.
What the fuck's going on over there? Did I stack this with my fisher? No. Alright, guys, ready for some fun? Yeah, I'm coming. I'm gonna fuck some bitches up.
Kill them all.
Got him. Bam! Slark for donation.
Yes.
Where did those creeps go?
Yes. Hmm.
Let the earth wake.
Where's all the food?
Feel the earth move.
I don't know, but I'm getting hungry.
Yes.
I'm lagging. I'm lagging. I'm lagging. Run, my friend, run! Oh, you're oh yeah, you're fucking bit of shit. What the fuck? They have vision up here. Oh, Desolator, I forgot about that. Alright, let's get Desolator.
Shake yes. Tremble. Arms for the dead. Yes. Yes.
I need to kill someone. 9 armor, 1300 HP.
Let's roll. Wake with power. The earth.
Yo, that, oh my god, oh my god.
Let's ship enchant.
Oh shit. This is really, really bad. Really bad. This is actually really bad. Hey, give me 1 minute. I'm going to the bathroom, Chris.
Got him though.
Godlike dominating. Regeneration.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you because a vision softly creeping.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Move it. Shake it and take it.
Why didn't I? Didn't I have Quelling Blade earlier? Oh yeah, right. Quelling in Battlefield stuff. What am I saying?
Yes.
I wonder if I can one-shot these creep waves. Oh, there we go.
Enchant. Covering ground. Ground power.
Oh, that is so satisfying.
We killed top.
That is a definite maybe.
Base and tremble.
Let's go.
Onward. A1 sees an earthquake. Attack.
Nice.
Oh yes. Enchant. I'm not. Ground power.
Oh, I'm about to be so powerful, guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
Power to me.
Hi, Gabriel. Long time no see, friend.
Shake.
How's the SG? think we had to buy BKB eventually. Thanks, fellow. Hello, Marco. Boom, baby! Fucking deleted, dude. Fucking deleted. Fucking deleted. You wanna fucking skewer me over? Bro? Here's a new One Punch Man. His name is Urshik.
You mean season 2?
Yes, Earthshaker season 2.
Oh man.
Ground power.
Ah, that's beautiful.
Yes, indeed.
Hey Void, if you time walk towards the rocket, it won't hit you.
Let the earth quake.
Okay. What's my next item, guys? Daedalus? Divine Rapier? Bloodthorn?
All of them? 2 divine rapiers?
Ah, of course.
See, here's what you're missing. What's better than 1 enchant totem? Obviously 2.
Refresher? Oh shit! Damn, that's innovative thinking. Play it safe? That sounds boring as fuck on Dredge. Are you a pussy? Are you pussy on Dredge? Mama raised pussy? I like how nice you're being to Veru and Wayne. Thanks, buddy. We should be nice to each other, right? Divine. Well, that's more like it. Yeah, there you go. Divine. You know what? Eventually you don't even need boots, huh? Where's your armlet? Yeah, you know what? I don't know why I didn't buy best item in this game. I'm an idiot.
Early armlet would have been good.
Yeah, you're probably right. Oh fuck. Am I in trouble? Techie scares me.
Let's shake things up.
Yo, we don't have Vortex.
Anyone else can pause?
I would if I gave a shit.
Okay.
Oh god.
Enchantment. Down you go.
Should we go for the bounty rune, guys? What do you think? Should we get the bounty rune?
No, I don't think so.
The enemy's bottom tower.
No, I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna get this one. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll get you. Fuck.
Regeneration. Move it.
You think I'm a pussy? You call me a pussy? Well, there's no rune to get. I can't get it anyways. I was gonna get it.
Greatly moved.
Yo, no, he's memeing, Nicholas. He's memeing. Oh shit! Get out of here before I get ganked. Okay, we actually need this guy. And I actually already paused. Didn't.
Or we
I'm just
just scared him
farming
away.
with
When you told him what to do, he just.
Oops.
Enchant. Oh yes. Very good.
The real
they
Rubik?
might-
It's under
Oh,
my
no.
feet.
Yo, can we fight mid?
Yes.
God damn it, dude. I can't even click on that guy. They're up to something. They got bombs. Scared. Bye, Johan. Oh, that's the bait.
Base and tremble. Coloring ground.
Oh shit.
Fucking combo.
Nice combo.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Shake it and take it.
Uh-oh. This is looking bad.
Fucking side gunner. Like what the fuck?
Ground.
The
Well played,
enemy's
Mr.
top tower
Thanks, man.
Gape.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit.
You're dead.
I'm dead. Oh man.
Your
I
bottom
can do the
tower
Lincolns for
is
this
under
show.
attack.
Lincoln, son. How about the Yules?
Oh shit.
Your bottom tower
I don't think
is
it's good
under
enough.
attack.
Okay.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Normally I'd say Yules is great, but I think for just Gyro,
Well, somebody's got to play this guy. 45 attack speed talent? Are you serious?
I thought you said somebody has to play this game.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. A path foreseen.
Don't worry, I play this hero. Don't worry, don't worry.
Oh shit.
I play this hero. Don't worry, don't worry. I play it. I play it. It's fine, guys. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Good sound effects, Boomerang. I like them. I like them a lot. Thank you.
I'm not ready. Ended.
Take it off. Ground power.
He doesn't even have a proper sign.
Base and tremble. Let's roll.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, yes.
Don't let me die. I have Divine Rapier.
Oh shit!
Where'd it go?
I think Magnus took it.
Picked it up that fast? Fuck.
Yeah, no, he's quick fingers. And... Shit, I threw the game.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna get reported, Ghost. Fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck.
We are going to report you.
Wow, oh fuck. Oh fuck. Mama raised an idiot.
Blame the guy in the chat that said.
Yeah, it was that
you
fucking
should
guy in the
buy
fucking chat.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
My path unspoons. Invisibility. Road to oblivion.
Yo, Tank, are you ready? I'm gonna chrono. Alright, bud?
Time flows.
I'm coming too. If you chrono, I will ult you.
Attack.
Your shine has fallen to the radiant.
Dark portents ahead. Regeneration.
All according to Keikaku.
Face your doom. And his name is John C. It shall be. Yes. Inexorable.
What about BKB?
Okay.
Shakedown. Enchant. Primal shard.
Give this back to its rightful owner, guys. I can't give it back.
Face forward.
Alright, I'm gonna have to feed him then.
The march of time.
Sacrifice Void. Alright, we're gonna feed him to the Ancients.
It sounds fly faster.
Very good. Road to oblivion.
Okay.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A path foreseen.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
And his name is John C.
Yeah, yeah,
I go.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
yeah.
It shall be.
Oh my god!
All according to Keikaku.
Your top tower is under attack.
Road to oblivion.
Easy minds.
Your top tower has fallen.
Portents ahead.
Void, disconnected void against the world.
All according to Keikaku. Okay. No
This is
problem.
because they did not
Tower
wait
is under attack.
for Void to come back.
That's right. It's
You would
karma.
have lost if Void played Void.
Your top tower is under attack.
Inexorable.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
This from here.
Foreseen.
I gotta feed the fucking. Return the thingy back to rightful owner.
Very good.
Boom!
Smart money.
Let the earth wait.
Does the Divine Rapier work? Yeah, let's see. 152 plus 455.
Enchant.
Now it's 1000.
Round.
Oh wait a minute, some action going on over here? Holy shit, that silenced us so long.
Oh no! Oh,
Don't
shit.
tell him about the rapier. Can you pick it up, courier?
No, you cannot.
Fuck. Whoever messed with the courier, that's why we lost it. Void died? How do you think I got this Divine Rapier? You had to kill him for him to drop the item.
No, it just drag and drop, and you can give it to anyone.
So it becomes unusable if picked up by an ally of owner until it is
first time.
returned to its owner. So does that mean Tinker can actually just give it to me?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
My path unspools.
No,
The enemy's middle
can-
tower
I
has
don't
fallen.
think it.
you can't.
Wah wah. Kill yourself.
I hold my ground. Quake and crack.
What the? Yeah. All right.
Radiant
GG guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the game. Sorry, Johnny. Actually, this is my last game today.
I already told Johnny that most probably if it's going to take
Yeah.
long, this will be.
All right. Well, thanks for the game, Magnus and Lulu. I'm gonna talk to the chat for a bit,
Thank you as
and I'll see you guys later. Okay.
Bye bye.
His name is John C.
Hello, chat. Hope you had fun today. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Give me some comments. I'll stay here for a little bit before I head out and yeah. Void MVP. That is absolutely 100% true. Him actually disconnecting gave me the power to play him, which allowed us to win the game. You're welcome. You're welcome, Andrich. Red Bull or Monsters? This, of course. I ran out today, though, sadly. Hey, Gita, I'm gonna say this to you again, okay, man? If you want me to pick Slark, you gotta make a donation, okay, bud? Do we understand? This guy asked it like 5 times in the last like hour. Jesus. Fun day today, amazing games. Glad you enjoyed it. Glad you enjoyed it. What was the timer? What timer? I don't know what you're talking about. You did more hero damage than me? You shouldn't me. Let's have a looky look. 22,000 versus 27,000.
Brutal, savage, wrecked.
Nobody saw that. Pick Slark that. Wait, what? Get at her. 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 Here with your demands. Look at Lulu. She's the carry now. Is it good to play with alt? Like a Smurf account? In some small situations, I think it is okay. Alright? Now hear me out. Now, I understand that everyone who fucking reads Reddit's like, ooh, Smurfs are fucking terrible people. They're just fucking burn in hell. Those fucking assholes ruined my experience. And I agree. In 80% of situations. But the way that I use Smurfs is sometimes I use Smurfs to experiment. I'm not playing seriously, right? So when I'm not playing seriously, you would agree that there's a certain MMR or skill level drop with that, right? As an example, if I play heroes that I'm not very good at, such as Chen, Phoenix, Meepo, Invoker, my MMR, which naturally rests around mid 5k, will easily drop about 2,000 MMR, right? But I just want to practice these heroes. Even if I play unranked on my main account, which sits close to 6k, right? I'm still gonna get the shit beat out of me, you know, and ruin some games for my teammates because I suck total dick at some of these heroes. Does that make sense? So that is how I use alts. If that's what you mean. More Smurfs. But people who do it just you know, beat on noobs, yeah, they're kind of ruining some games. Excuse me, Void and Earthshaker together, are they? What are you talking about? I don't remember being cute with this guy. How dare you? Actually, I don't know if he means like alternative account or he means like alt as in the keyboard key. Have you ever brewed coffee with Monster? No? Have you? Does that taste good? Legit question. Ah, right. Good looking out, Boomerang. Good job, buddy. Do I love K-pop? Yes. K-pop sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, I misunderstood that. He meant alt key for items. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. So, Osmani, what did you mean? Can you answer? Since I spent like 2 minutes replying to your comment, but you said nothing. See you later, Blend. Have a great day, buddy. Tastes terrible. Then why did you even suggest it? It's just kind of like, have you ever mixed fertilizer with eggplant and broccoli? Have you tried that before? No. Easy game, yes. Easy Slark donation game. Yes, Vinit. Oh, what was the timer for? What timer? I have no idea what you're talking about. Is it even healthy for your body like Monster with caffeine? Well, essentially it's caffeine and caffeine. So according to my research, I believe that you're not supposed to go more than 1,000 milligrams of caffeine in a 24-hour period. And I take about 30 to 40% of that. As far as long-term effects, I have absolutely no idea because I haven't Googled it enough. But talked to Dr. Johnny over here and he says because I'm young, apparently I can do whatever I want. Once I brewed coffee with alcohol, I saw sounds that day. Ah, I see.
Smoke weed every day.
Anyone that has tried fertilizer mixed with anything won't live to tell the story. Well, Lulu kind of lived on a farm for a while, so I'm going to take her word for it. You can double the caffeine. You meant I'll keep... God damn it! Once again, the Raj, it's at the end of the day, it's just you can't take more than 1,000 milligrams in a 24-hour period. But I also guess it depends on your body weight and your age. I think younger people are more susceptible to the effects of caffeine. Older people less. I mean, if you're like a 300 kilogram fat ass, I'm sure you could handle a little bit of caffeine. Anyways, Skelkeem, is that how you say your name? God, that's difficult. Alt. I mean, I'm just used to it. I'm not sure if it's the most efficient, but I mean, all my abilities are on QWERFD, and it makes sense for me just to hold down Alt. I also use space and C, caps lock. How many fingers do I have? Yes. 300 kilogram. What's today's plan? Yes. Yeah, I got some work to do. Actually, I might have a new sponsor soon. Maybe. Might be part of the Stream Elements dream team. Yeah, so I gotta do a bunch of things for them. Maybe I'll have more money soon. Maybe not. Maybe just a tiny bit more. I don't even know, to be honest with you. Yeah, no, it's nothing guaranteed yet, but basically Stream Elements, which is basically kind of like Stream Labs, and they're an organization that they do all the notifications and donations for streamers, and I applied to be part of their dream team, which is basically you have to be essentially a pretty popular streamer. You can't have like 2 viewers or something like that, you know, like. But yeah, if you get like decent amount of views, you can be part of the dream team, and then they help you find sponsorships from many different companies. Is what they said. So yeah. Thanks, Andrej. Yeah, I've been working hard for a very long time, taking very little pay, trying to build this business. I thought the timer was about that, to be honest. It was about what? I've already forgotten what I was talking about. In either case, I actually got to get out of here, guys. Thank you, everyone, for watching the stream. Hope you guys had a good time together today. We'll be back tomorrow around the same time, okay? Should be close to 8 a.m. Pacific time, so I'll see you guys then, okay? Have a great day, great night, guys. Gabriel, come more often.